Chapter 50. Lin Tian didn't think too much about it and decided to accept the mission. Right now, he needed the Moondropper seeds to create the Gale rune. Completing this mission would allow him to exchange for 8 Moondropper seeds, which would save him a lot of trouble. If he doesn't take it at this time, the task will be completed by others later, and he will have to run 30 ordinary tasks. This Moondrop seed was something that couldn't be bought even if one had the money. "You took it?" Mi Fei asked. "N." Lin Tian nodded. Mi Fei took out a scroll from the counter and handed it to Lin Tian, saying, "This is some geographical introduction and monster introduction about the Dark Forest. I hope it will be useful to you." After a pause, Mi Fei said again, "By the way, sir, this task has been taken by an array controller before. You'd better move faster." Lin Tian wondered, someone took it? Why is it still hanging in the task bar? Because many tasks require a lot of objects, so generally there is no limit to the number of people who take the task and the number of times. After that, after the guild receives enough objects for the task will be automatically erased from the task bar. Mi Fei explained. Now, the ghost flower only needs the last one. Lin Tian frowned. Only one is needed? Then, he really needs to speed up. Nodding, Lin Tian put away the scroll that Mi Fei handed over. "Thank you, then I'll go first," Lin Tian said to Mi Fei. Mi Fei looked respectful and sent Lin Tian to the door of the guild. "Sir, take care. I wish you success in getting the ghost flower." Lin Tian nodded and pushed the door out. After returning to the martial house, Lin Tian simply packed up some things, and then found Sushu and told Sushu that he had something to do and would be delayed for a few days. Sushu was troubled to accompany Lin Shi in these days. Of course, he also told Lin Shi about leaving. On this day, Lin Tian left the martial house and headed towards the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest was located in the westernmost part of Fengjian City. It was a demonic beast paradise that was even more dangerous than the Green Wind Ridge. After Lin Tian left the Nanyang martial house, he walked for a full 8 hours before arriving at the edge of the Dark Forest. As far as the eye could see, the Dark Forest was vast and boundless. The old trees within were thick and strong. It was a hot summer day. After arriving at the Dark Forest, Lin Tian took off his black robe and changed into a white gown. He immediately felt refreshed. This was the Dark Forest. In this place, he was not worried about the Mo clan and Xiao clan setting up an ambush. Those 2 clans would only set up an ambush here if they had nothing better to do. At this moment, there were many figures in the periphery of the Dark Forest. A middle-aged man was shouting to attract the lone warriors in the surroundings. Full text reading, "Friends who are single, come together. There's strength in numbers," the middle-aged man shouted. The Dark Forest could be considered a land of treasures. There were many precious medicinal herbs within. Therefore, there were many people who entered the Dark Forest every day. One had to know that the Dark Forest was filled with demonic beasts. Their fur and flesh could be sold for money. Furthermore, if one could pick a mystical medicinal herb, it would be extremely lucky. Of course, because of the demonic beasts, the Dark Forest was very dangerous. Many lone warriors would form teams with other lone warriors outside the Dark Forest. Once there were more people in a team, their battle prowess would increase greatly. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to attack so easily. In this way, their lives would be guaranteed. Lin Tian casually glanced around and found that the people outside the Dark Forest were mostly middle-aged men. These people's cultivations were around the 6th to 8th level of body refinement. Regarding this, Lin Tian was not surprised. Although a normal person without a cultivation method could only cultivate to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, these middle-aged people, who knew if they had cultivated in the martial house when they were young, or if they had been eliminated from the Imperial City team. This was very normal. The most important thing was that Lin Tian was too lazy to think about it. According to the introduction on the paper card, the ghost flower should be located 2,000 feet away from the edge of the Dark Forest. There are many level 3 demonic beasts there. Lin Tian secretly thought, not paying attention to the people around him. Lin Tian minded his own business and walked into the dark forest, walking forward. Once he entered the dark forest, Lin Tian immediately felt a sense of desolation. It gave people a feeling of desolation. Moreover, in the air of this ancient forest, the demonic aura was extremely dense. There was even a slight smell of blood. Obviously, many people had died in the dark forest. Lin Tian carried the origin returning sword and walked step by step in the ancient forest. His steps were gentle, but he was very careful. Very quickly, he walked 100 feet into the dark forest. At this moment, a ruthless roar sounded. A large snake, surrounded by an icy aura, rushed out. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Level 1 demonic beast, Scarlet Ice Snake. When he was at the Array Manipulator Guild, Mi Fei gave him a scroll. Inside it was an introduction to most of the demonic beasts in the dark forest. On the way here, Lin Tian had already roughly skimmed through it. Naturally, he knew the name of the demonic beast in front of him. He raised his right hand and slapped it. The Scarlet Ice Snake's body was huge, but as a level 1 demonic beast, it could at most be compared to a third sky of body refinement cultivator. How could it be a match for Lin Tian, who was at the 7th sky of body refinement? It was directly slapped down by Lin Tianyi and died on the spot. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took out the beast core of the Scarlet Ice Snake. He didn't care about the corpse and walked away with large strides. Not long after, Lin Tian had already walked 1,000 feet into the dark forest. In the process, he had encountered several demonic beast attacks. Of course, almost all of them were level 2 demonic beasts. For the current him, it was nothing. Another 1,000 feet or so. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, a panicked cry came from not far away. Lin Tianyi jumped up and landed on a thick branch of an old tree. He looked towards the source of the sound. In that direction, in front of a huge old tree, stood a ferocious demonic beast about 10 feet tall. This demonic beast's fangs were 2 inches long. Most importantly, it had a pair of wings on its back. Flame-winged tiger, Lin Tian whispered. The flame-winged tiger was an early level 3 demonic beast. It was comparable to a 7th sky of body refinement cultivator. At this moment, the flame-winged tiger's mouth was dripping with saliva. Its gaze was fixed on the ground. It walked forward step by step, as if it was staring at some prey. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Tian discovered that there was a little girl in front of the flame-winged tiger. This little girl was about 11 years old. She was leaning against an old tree and trembling. With a loud roar, the flame-winged tiger opened its mouth and finally bit towards the little girl. With this bite, how could the little girl survive? Beast! Lin Tian didn't have time to think. With a low shout, the origin returning sword on his back was unsheathed. A sharp sword ray immediately slashed out and landed directly on the flame-winged tiger's abdomen. The flame-winged tiger let out a miserable cry. It staggered back and fell to the ground. However, in just a moment, the demonic beast struggled to stand up again. After all, it was a level 3 demonic beast. Its vitality was strong, and it wasn't that easy to kill it. Humph. Lin Tian dodged. Because the distance wasn't too far, he arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. This time, the origin returning sword in his hand directly pierced through the flame-winged tiger's head, ending its life on the spot. Gently landing, Lin Tian arrived in front of the little girl. The little girl's clothes were still intact, but there was a lot of dirt on them. Looking at her, Lin Tian felt a little strange and frowned slightly. This was the dark forest. How could such a little girl appear here? Logically speaking, even if it was a family member who came to gain experience, it was impossible to bring such a young girl in with them. The little girl leaned against the old tree and also looked at Lin Tian, but she seemed very reserved. "Little girl, why are you here?" After a moment of silence, Lin Tian finally spoke. The little girl's black hair was like a waterfall, already reaching her waist. Looking at Lin Tian, she shook her head blankly. Did someone you know bring you in? Lin Tian continued to ask. Unfortunately, the little girl still shook her head. Next, Lin Tian asked a few more questions, but the little girl had a very blank expression. She either shook her head or stared at Lin Tian purely, as if Lin Tian's face had a flower growing on it. Lin Tian face-bombed. Then what's your name? You should remember it, right? The little girl looked at Lin Tian and blinked her big eyes. Although she was still a little confused, she seemed to have thought of something. Opening her mouth, she said after a long while, Purple fairy. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. At least this little girl still remembered his name. Purple fairy. This name sounded pretty good, but then Lin Tian was a little helpless. Apart from knowing his name, the little girl didn't know where his home was or who his relatives were. In short, he didn't know anything. Thinking about it, Lin Tian sighed. Little Purple, follow Big Brother for the time being. How about it? The little girl was about the same age as Lin Shi. Since he met her here, he naturally couldn't leave her alone. Such a little girl staying alone in the dark forest was simply lifeless. She could be swallowed by demonic beasts at any time. The little girl nodded, looking a little happy. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian pulled the little girl up, patted off the dust on her body, and walked into the depths of the dark forest. The space in the dark forest was a little dim, which was quite appropriate for its name. Not long after, Lin Tian felt a burst of violent true essence fluctuations coming from the front. After walking a few dozen feet, Lin Tian looked over and saw a dozen people besieging a level 3 demonic beast. This demonic beast was covered in flames and had 2 heads. Double-headed, blazing dragon. Lin Tian was shocked. Double-headed, blazing dragon. This was a level 3 peak demonic beast. It was comparable to a 9th layer body, refinement realm expert. Glancing over the dozen people besieging the double-headed, blazing dragon, Lin Tian found that the strongest among them was at the 8th layer of body, refinement realm. It was a bit difficult to kill the double-headed, blazing dragon with this kind of strength. Looking over, he found that there was an old man in a green robe outside the battlefield. This old man had an array controller badge on his chest, and there was a golden bar under the badge. First tier array controller, Lin Tian whispered. In front of him, the double-headed, blazing dragon roared. Flames intertwined around its body. Among the dozen people, there were people who were swallowed by the flames. They let out miserable screams and were burned into charcoal in a moment. The little girl pulled Lin Tian's clothes as if she was scared. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled. Not caring about these people, Lin Tian turned around and continued to walk into the depths of the dark forest. Counting, there was still about 500 feet to reach the place where the ghost flower grew. Kid over there, come and help. At this moment, a voice sounded. The old man in the green robe shouted at Lin Tian. Chapter 51. Lin Tian was displeased. If someone asked for his help, then perhaps he wouldn't refuse when facing such a situation. However, this green-robed old man spoke with a commanding tone as if he was superior, and this made him feel extremely disgusted. Holding the little girl, he walked deeper into the dark forest as if he didn't hear anything. Seeing Lin Tian leave, the old man in green robe's face suddenly sank. He was a formation manipulator, and his status was respected. Many people were willing to befriend him, but now a young warrior dared to ignore his words. Roar! The Yen Huolong roared, and then someone screamed. Damn it! Kill this evil beast quickly! The old man in green robe shouted. Lin Tian clearly heard this voice, but he didn't have the intention to stop. Soon he walked dozens of feet away. The air in the dark forest was turbid. About 2 hours later, the air became a little cold. Little Z, are you cold? Lin Tian asked. No. The little girl shook her head and blinked her beautiful big eyes. Lin Tian nodded and continued to walk forward. Gradually, the air became colder. After another 2 hours, a medium-sized canyon appeared in front of them. There was a burst of black smoke coming out of it, like the ghost fog from the underworld. It should be here, Lin Tian whispered. There was a detailed introduction on the paper card. This was the place where the ghost flower grew. Standing outside the canyon, Lin Tian glanced around. After confirming that there was no dangerous aura, he took the little girl and stepped into the canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, Lin Tian couldn't help but shiver. The air in the canyon was even colder. "Little Z, are you cold now?" Lin Tian asked the little girl. The little girl blinked and said, "No." Lin Tian shook his head inwardly as he gazed at the little girl. He only treated the little girl as being a little reserved. After all, the air within the gorge was indeed very cold, and even he felt a wave of coldness when he had just stepped in. "If you are cold, you have to tell me immediately, okay?" He smiled gently. "Okay." The little girl nodded seriously. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What a well-behaved child, just like Lin Shi. Inside the canyon, the space was even darker than outside. Lin Tian appeared to be very careful. Holding the little girl's hand, he moved very slowly. Since the Array Manipulator Guild had put a bounty of 800 points on this mission, it was obvious that this mission was extremely difficult and dangerous. Thus, it was necessary to be cautious. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian stopped. In front of them was a black stone wall. Beneath the stone wall were the skeletons of various demonic beasts. But there was no way forward. As for the ghost flower, he didn't even see its shadow. Strange. Lin Tian frowned. According to the description on the card, the ghost flower did grow in this valley. Could it be in another corner? He muttered to himself. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps behind him. Lin Tian turned around and saw 9 figures appear in his vision. The ones in the lead were several middle-aged martial artists. Among them, 5 were at the 7th level of the refinement realm. 3 were at the 8th level of the refinement realm, and the last one was wrapped in a green robe. These 9 people were the ones who fought with the double-headed, blazing dragon. Many of them were stained with blood. Obviously, after encountering the blazing dragon, this group of people suffered heavy losses. Before, there were more than 10 people, but now there were only 9 left. That green robe, could it be? Lin Tian's heart jumped. When he was in the Array Manipulator Guild, Mifei told him that there was another Array Manipulator who accepted the Ghost Flower mission before him. At this moment, when he stepped into this canyon, this green-robed old man also stepped in. Obviously, this wasn't a pure coincidence. This green-robed old man must be here for the ghost flower too. The green-robed old man naturally saw Lin Tian, and his face instantly turned cold. "It's you." The green-robed old man coldly looked at Lin Tian and said, "I asked for your help just now. Why didn't you agree?" "Do I owe you anything?" Lin Tian asked. The green-robed old man's face immediately darkened. A small martial artist dared to talk to him like this. "Teach him a lesson," the green-robed old man said to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was at the 7th level of the refinement realm. After receiving the green-robed old man's instructions, he walked towards Lin Tian with a calm face. "Kid, don't blame me. I'm only doing this for money. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Master Lu Ba. Master Lu Ba is a 1st-level array manipulator. How can a kid like you offend him?" "Of course, I don't blame you. So, don't blame me later," Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face froze. "Arrogant enough," the middle-aged man coldly snorted. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Lin Tian's words. He directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. A 16-year-old martial artist, he didn't care at all. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He slightly tilted his head and dodged the middle-aged man's large hand. Then he kicked the middle-aged man's abdomen. With a bang, the middle-aged man flew 3 feet away. He clutched his abdomen and screamed on the ground. His face turned green. How can he have so much strength? On the other side, the expression of the group of people changed, sending a martial artist at the 7th level of the refinement realm flying with 1 kick. This kind of strength was definitely not ordinary. Among these people, even the 3 martial artists at the 8th level of the refinement realm frowned slightly. The green-robed old man's face was even more unsightly. These people were hired by him with money. If one of them was sent flying, it was equivalent to slapping his face. Lin Tianling snorted and tilted his head to look at the green-robed old man. Lu Ba, right? His face was cold and indifferent as he directly approached. In front of Lu Ba, a yellow-robed, middle-aged man at the 8th level of the refinement realm said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" "Get out of the way. It's none of your business," Lin Tian said coldly. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke anyone. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. This Lu Ba made him very unhappy, so he wanted to make him even more unhappy. "Young man, don't be too angry. This is not a good thing," the yellow-robed, middle-aged man said. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He didn't say anything else and just indifferently walked forward. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused. He suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. In that place, 2 cold blood-red rays suddenly flashed. Demonic aura. Lin Tian quickly retreated and returned to the little girl's side. He stared ahead, cautiously. He felt an extremely strong demonic aura. This was something he didn't feel when he first stepped into this valley. This demonic aura was not much weaker than the red-faced ghost he killed in Greenwind Ridge. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream sounded. Beside the middle-aged man who was kicked away by Lin Tian, a demonic beast suddenly appeared and bit his throat. This demonic beast was covered in white fur. Its body shape was not much different from a human's, but its aura was somewhat terrifying. "Nether ape!" someone exclaimed. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, about a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the canyon. With the help of the faint light, Lin Tian realized that there were more than 10 nether apes on the way here. He didn't know when they had blocked his and the green-robed old man's path. The nether ape is extremely fast. It's also a demonic beast comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. This is bad. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face changed drastically. There was no road ahead. There was only one way here. However, at this moment, this road was blocked by more than 10 demonic beasts comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. This situation was very bad. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a hopeless situation. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Lu Ba reached into his chest and took out a packet of powder. He casually scattered it. Instantly, the powder fell and formed an arc on the ground, separating the 8 of them from the nether apes. All of a sudden, the dozens of nether apes stopped and stared at the white powder on the ground. They seemed a little fearful. Demon repellent powder. It works on demonic beasts below level 4. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man's expression did not look good. This demon repellent powder doesn't last long. It can only last for an hour at most. There is no road behind us. After an hour, we still have to. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man did not finish a sentence, but the others understood what he meant. Their faces instantly turned pale. "What's the hurry?" Lu Ba snorted. The nether ape is agile, but it is lustful. It likes Xian-Yin virgins the most. His gaze fell on the little girl beside Lin Tian. Although she is young, she is still a virgin. Catch her and throw her out to attract the attention of the nether apes. We will take the opportunity to escape. Hearing this, the eyes of the yellow-robed, middle-aged man and the others lit up. They all stared at the little girl. Being stared at by so many people, the little girl was scared. She hurriedly hid behind Lin Tian. A murderous aura spread. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes became extremely cold. It was as if he was the grim reaper who had walked out from hell. He stared at the green-robed old man cruelly. "You are courting death." Lu Ba was shocked by this gaze. His expression darkened. What's wrong with using her life to save all of us? Besides, she may not necessarily die. It's possible that her virginity was taken away. Hearing this, the yellow-robed middle-aged man and the others nodded. Lord Lu is right. Young man, compared to all of our lives, you should know very well which is more important. Sometimes you have to know when to give up. That's right. Hand over the little girl. The few of them stared at Lin Tian. Among them, some even started to force their way towards Lin Tian. It was obvious that they wanted to snatch the little girl. Looking at these people, Lin Tian was expressionless. However, his eyes were as cold as a cold spring. "Little Z, step back a little," he said calmly. The little girl was a little scared, but she still let go of Lin Tian's clothes. She carefully stepped back a few steps. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the sword of Guiyuan that was tied to his back. He slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. Instantly, a wave of sharp sword intent spread out, creating a wild hurricane that swept out in all directions. With a clang, he shook his right hand. The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. The middle-aged man who was closing in on him was swept by 8 streaks of shocking wind sword aura. His heart was pierced through, and he fell into a pool of blood. "I will kill all of you scum." Chapter 52. Lin Tian had never thought of himself as a good person or philanthropist, but the people in front of him had really angered him. It was hard to imagine how these people could think of something that was worse than a beast. Most importantly, each and every one of them spoke in such a righteous manner, as if this was some kind of righteousness. With a clang, the sword whistled once again. Staring at them, his face was as cold as frost. On the other side, their faces changed. You killed him," Lu Ba said angrily. The other 6 people were also angry, but at the same time they were shocked. This person actually killed a 7th level body refinement realm cultivator with 1 slash. Lin Tian's face was indifferent as he walked forward step by step. He did not say a word, but his eyes were frighteningly cold, not hiding his killing intent. "Damn it! Arrogant! Kill him!" A group of people shouted angrily. A 8th level body, refinement realm, middle-aged man stepped forward, took out the broadsword on his back and waved it, creating a hurricane. "Die!" the middle-aged man said ferociously. Lin Tian raised his hand and casually waved it. With a crack, the broadsword in the middle-aged man's hand broke. The middle-aged man's face changed. His broadsword was made of black iron, weighed 150 pounds, and was incomparably hard. It was almost comparable to a low-grade spirit weapon, but now it was broken so easily. The middle-aged man was shocked and could not help but take a step back. At this moment, a light flashed and Lin Tian passed by him. Pooh! Blood floated, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Such a scene, in an instant, stunned everyone. This Old Li is an 8th level body refinement realm cultivator, and that broadsword, how is this possible? That sword, could it be a spirit weapon? Everyone was moved. 1 slash to break the broadsword, 1 strike to kill an 8th level body refinement realm cultivator. This kind of strength was too terrifying. And that long sword, how could a normal sword be so sharp? Seeing Lin Tian still pressing forward, the remaining people's faces became very fearful. Together, we have so many people. I don't believe we can't beat him. Yes, together. Kill. Other than Lu Ba, the remaining 5 martial artists rushed out together. Of the 5 people, some were barehanded, some were armed with swords and sabers, and some were even armed with rods. Boom! 5 people together. 2 at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm and 3 at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. This kind of power was quite frightening. For a moment, the entire area was filled with sand and dust. The scene was quite frightening. Lin Tian was expressionless. With a flash of his body, he rushed straight into the crowd. This action shocked and angered the 5 people. "How dare you? Kill him!" Someone shouted. For a moment, the attacks of the 5 people became even more terrifying. Saber light and sword shadows, fist light and leg force. The attacks were impenetrable. Very good. In the rear, Lu Ba nodded in satisfaction. Within the encirclement of the 5 people, Lin Tian was expressionless. His entire body was like a flash of light, flickering left and right. It was as if he had merged with the space around him. Damn it! Old Lu, what are you doing? Chop him up. This little bastard is too fast. Damn it! The 5 people quickly became angry. Although Lin Tian was surrounded by them, their fists, legs, sabers, and swords could not touch Lin Tian's real body. It was as if they were monkeys being played around with. Come! The sword whistled and blood splattered. The sword of origin in Lin Tian's hand pierced through the chest of a 7th layer body, refinement realm expert. The opponent did not even have time to scream. With a bang, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Luolai, someone shouted. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of this person. You, Peng! With a flash of fire, a huge flaming fist appeared and ruthlessly struck this person's throat. After a scream, this person fell to the ground. His throat was crushed and he died on the spot. You, how is this possible? The 5 people attacked together. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were killed. The remaining 3 people all changed color. In the rear, Lu Ba was furious. Trash! A bunch of trash! There are so many of you, and you can't even win against a little brat. Hearing this, Lin Tian coldly looked over. His footsteps moved slightly. He temporarily abandoned the other 3 and walked towards Lu Ba. Stinking brat! Lu Ba shouted. Lu Ba reached into his chest and quickly took out a few scrolls. With a wave of his hand, a few runes flashed and a huge amount of true core force spread out. Master Lu Ba's martial fusion rune scroll. It is said that the power of a 9th layer body refinement realm expert is sealed within. Just now, we killed Yen Huolong because of Master Lu Ba's scroll. The 3 of them were pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian stopped and coldly raised his left hand. He suddenly activated the Heavenly One Spirit incantation. TSK! 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 In front of Lu Ba, the runes on the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls dimmed like smothered fireworks. Such a scene caused Lu Ba's expression to change greatly. Damn it! What is going on? Lu Ba was furious. At the same time, the 3 people in yellow were shocked. How could Master Lu Ba's martial fusion rune this? What is going on? Everyone was stunned. The martial fusion rune had lost its effect. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he stepped in front of Lu Ba. You, bam! Lin Tian raised his leg and viciously kicked Lu Ba's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. With a clang, the sword of origin restoration let out a whistling sound. The tip of the sword hovered above Lu Ba's forehead. You, what are you doing, bam? Lin Tian raised his right leg that was pressing on Lu Ba's chest and viciously kicked down again. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! Lu Ba screamed and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian looked down at Lu Ba with a cold gaze. The tip of his sword flickered with the light of the sword. You, don't mess around. Look at the array manipulator insignia on my chest. I am an array manipulator that belongs to the guild. Lu Ba stared at Lin Tian and said fiercely, "If you kill me, the Array Manipulator Guild will not let you go. You will be hunted down by the entire guild. You will be worse than—" Ah! Before Lu Ba could finish his sentence, Lin Tian stomped on his chest with his right leg. Lu Ba screamed again. Array Manipulator Insignia. Looking down at Lu Ba, Lin Tian took out the Array Manipulator Insignia that Ge had given him not long ago. He looked at Lu Ba indifferently and said, "You are talking about this." Staring at the insignia in Lin Tian's hand, Lu Ba's expression changed. Not only him, but the middle-aged man in yellow and the rest were also horrified. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. This, the insignia of an array manipulator, and below it were two golden horizontal bars. A Stage 2 array manipulator. This young man is a Stage 2 array manipulator? How is that possible? The middle-aged man in yellow and the rest were shocked. Impossible. You are only 16 years old. You can't be an array manipulator. Where did you steal this from? Lu Ba stared at Lin Tian. Suddenly his expression changed. Could it be that you killed another Stage 2 array manipulator? You stole his array manipulator insignia. Damn it, how dare you? Lin Tian lifted his leg and stomped on Lu Ba again. Ah! Lu Ba screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire neck and chest were dyed red with blood. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Did you forget that your martial fusion insignia was destroyed? Lu Ba's expression changed. You. Could it be that you— Yes, I did it. Lin Tian said indifferently. He lifted his left hand and released his soul power. A faint silver light flashed. He was an array manipulator and had reached Stage 3. Previously, Lu Ba's martial fusion insignia was destroyed by his soul power from afar. Feeling Lin Tian's powerful soul power, Lu Ba's face was filled with fear. This time Lu Ba had no doubts. The young man in front of him was really an array manipulator. Moreover, he was even stronger than him. Little brother, no. Sir. Looking at Lin Tian, Lu Ba was terrified. Lu Ba failed to recognize you. Please spare Lu Ba on account that we are both array manipulators. A Stage 2 array manipulator was enough to make Lu Ba fearful. Both array manipulators? Lin Tian stepped on Lu Ba's chest with his right foot once more, causing Lu Ba to cry out in pain again. It is my shame to be a formation controller like you. Ah! Lu Ba screamed. His voice was shrill. Don't kill me! Lu Ba looked up at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His eyes flashed with cruelty. All right, I won't kill you. He slowly removed his right leg from Lu Ba's chest. Lu Ba was overjoyed. He was about to thank Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian lifted his right leg and kicked Lu Ba's waist. Lu Ba was kicked out of the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Let them kill you. The wind whistled in his ears. Lu Ba's face turned pale. There were more than 10 netherworld apes outside. No. Lu Ba screamed in fear while he was still in the air. With a thud, Lu Ba fell to the ground. No. Save me. Save me. Lu Ba screamed and crawled towards the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Clang! A sword aura slashed in front of Lu Ba. Lu Ba was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Standing in the area covered by the demon repellent powder, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with cruelty. What's the hurry? You might not die. They might just bite you a few times. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lu Ba shuddered. How familiar was this sentence? It was the exact same sentence he said when he instigated the middle-aged man in yellow to capture the little girl. Thump! The ground shook. More than 10 demonic auras gathered. The netherworld apes were afraid of the demon repellent powder and did not dare to approach. Now that Lu Ba was thrown out, all the netherworld apes gathered around Lu Ba and surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Such a scene scared Lu Ba out of his wits. Save me! Hurry up and save me! Lu Ba screamed. Lin Tian's face was cold as he stared ahead, cruelly. The netherworld apes roared. Then Lu Ba's blood-curdling screams reverberated in the area. It was like the cries of a ferocious ghost. The middle-aged man in yellow and the other two felt their scalps go numb. P.S. Thank you, Brother Face Ya, for your 100,000 sector coins and for being the leader of this book. Thank you. Worship. Also, I wish all couples a happy Chinese Valentine's Day and a happy ending. Brothers and sisters who are single, don't worry. There's still the single dragon to accompany everyone. Awoo. Woof. Chapter 53. The blood-curdling screams reverberated in the air. Soon after, silence reigned. Under the fearful gazes of the three men in yellow, Lu Ba was torn apart by more than 10 nether apes. His organs were eaten, and his blood was spilled all over the ground. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. Access to. Looks like your luck isn't that good. They didn't just bite you a few times. Lin Tan said coldly. Turning around, his cold eyes swept over the last 3 people. The 3 of them trembled when they met his gaze. Sir, please spare my life. The 3 of them trembled and fell to their knees. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear, and their intestines were green with regret. A 16-year-old array, controlling master with a cultivation at the 7th level of refinement. What kind of genius was this? How did they provoke such a monster? Stand up. Lin Tan said coldly. The sword of origin restoring vibrated slightly and with a piercing sound. It aimed straight at the 3 of them. Spare our lives, Your Excellency. We were blind. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. We don't want to die. The 3 of them were terrified. You don't want to die? Lin Tian's face was expressionless as he approached the 3 of them. No one wants to die. The 3 of them staggered back in fear. You really want to kill us? Can't you be more merciful? The yellow-clothed, middle-aged man's voice trembled. Benevolence. Lin Tian mocked. What's that? Lin Tian felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. The person who said that he wanted to use the little girl's sex life to exchange for their sex life was actually asking him to be merciful at this moment. The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They were both terrified and livid. You want to kill us? Don't think you'll have an easy time. One of them suddenly said ferociously, with a whooshing sound. The man actually retreated, rushing towards the little girl beside the stone wall. Lin Tian's face was cold. With a slight sway, he pushed his yin and yang steps to the limit. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the little girl in the blink of an eye, blocking her path. The sword of origin in his hand sliced through the air. Puff! Blood splashed out, and the man's head flew out. After killing the man, Lin Tian looked back at the little girl. The little girl was squatting in the corner of the stone wall, her body trembling, and her face full of fear. Little Z, don't be afraid. They're all bad people, should be punished. Lin Tian comforted her. Unfortunately, the little girl was still scared and didn't feel any better. Lin Tian sighed. He also knew that for an 11-year-old girl, this scene was indeed a little cruel. Calm. He tilted his head and looked at the last 2 people. His expression turned even colder. He said indifferently. He pressed forward step by step. At the tip of his sword, the sword light flickered. It was extremely terrifying. The middle-aged man in yellow retreated awkwardly. They were completely shocked by Lin Tian's aura. Facing Lin Tian now, they felt even more scared than facing the double-headed, blazing dragon. Don't come over, one of them shouted. He pointed the long rod at Lin Tian, his hands trembling. Lin Tian was expressionless. He pressed forward step by step. If you don't move, I'll do it, he said indifferently. With a whoosh, he rushed out like a flash of light and slashed down with the sword of origin. Crack! The long rod was cut in half and fell to the ground. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His right leg swept out and landed on the man's chest. A majestic force surged out, causing the man to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body flew out and rolled out of the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Dozens of netherworld apes roared. Their eyes were bloodshot as they rushed over crazily. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Just like Lu Ba, this person was also devoured by the nether apes. Lin Tian looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in yellow. The yellow-clothed, middle-aged man staggered backward. His face had turned deathly pale. Demon, you're a devil. You're right, a devil who cleans up scum. Lin Tan said coldly. He spun the long sword in his hand and slashed out with the sword of destruction. Dozens of sword chi gathered from all directions and pierced into the middle-aged man in yellow. Lin Tian glanced at the corpses coldly. He raised his head and looked outside the demon repellent powder. Next, it's you guys. He muttered to himself. He was now at the 7th level of the refinement realm. Although the netherworld apes were scary, he was not afraid. The only pressure was that there were dozens of netherworld apes here. It was very difficult to fight them. Taking a deep breath, he moved his feet and stepped out of the demon repellent powder. There was still about 15 minutes left before the demon repellent powder would lose its effect. Within these 15 minutes, the demon repellent powder would be able to protect the little girl on his behalf. However, he had to take care of all the netherworld apes within these 15 minutes. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome later on. His footsteps were steady. The sword of origin vibrated, and sharp sword intent spread out. Chi! At this moment, a strange sound came from behind him. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped in his tracks and tilted his head to look behind him. Immediately, his pupils trembled. He saw that under the stone wall that blocked the path ahead, a strange flower had broken through the bones. The flower was about 1.5 inches long. It was as black as ink, but the petals of the flower had a demonic, blood-red color. It was as if it had been soaked in blood. In soul flower? Lin Tianwei was shocked. He moved his feet and arrived under the stone wall in a flash. "Little Z, come closer," he said to the little girl. The ghost spirit flower was highly poisonous. At this moment, the little girl was very close to the ghost spirit flower. He was worried that the little girl would be in danger. The little girl was a little scared. She had not been liberated from the cruel scene just now. However, after hearing Lin Tian's voice, she slowly moved behind Lin Tian and grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes tightly. "That's it." Lin Tian smiled. Tilting his head, he took a deep breath and quickly took out a small bag from his bosom. Then, using the sword of origin restoring, he scooped up the soil under the Een spirit flower and put it into the small cloth bag, sealing it. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he carefully put away the small cloth bag. The ghost spirit flower was highly poisonous. Even a strong warrior in the 8th firmament of the refinement realm would die if he touched it. Therefore, although the digging process only took a few dozen breaths, Lin Tian's nerves were tense. Under such pressure, it was natural that he would sweat. Dusting his hands, he stood up and pulled the little girl up as well. "Okay, little Z, stay here first. I will open the way, and then we will leave together," Lin Tian said softly. The little girl nodded, a little scared. Lin Tianten smiled and walked towards the nether ape. Dong! Suddenly the whole canyon shook. 2 blood-red eyes, as big as bowls, appeared in front of them. After that, in just a moment, the nether ape let out a scream, and the blood mist exploded with a puff. Lin Tian looked forward, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the darkness, there was a huge, demonic beast that was 10 feet tall in front of the canyon. Its black body was like a huge lute. There were 4 demonic legs on each side of its abdomen, and there was a sharp spike at the end of its huge tail. 4th level demonic beast, spirit scorpion. Lin Tian's face changed. Another 4th level demonic beast. It was comparable to the divine pulse realm. Could it be attracted by the Een spirit flower? Lin Tianwei was annoyed. I knew it was not that simple. Roar! The nether ape roared, facing a 4th-level demonic beast. The nether ape seemed very weak. However, these demonic beasts were very aggressive. They did not run away at all. Instead, they rushed towards the spirit scorpion ferociously, as if they wanted to avenge their companions. Lin Tian stepped back and came to the little girl's side. He quickly calculated in his mind. The demon repellent powder was only effective on demonic beasts below 4th level. The spirit scorpion was obviously not included. Once all the nether apes died, the spirit scorpion would rush over. By then it would be dangerous. He was definitely not a match for a 4th-level demonic beast. Should I take advantage of the chaos and rush out? Lin Tian stared ahead, but soon shook his head. If he was alone, he might be able to escape with the Yin-Yang steps. However, he had to take the little girl with him. In this way, his speed would be greatly reduced, and he would definitely not be able to rush out. Tilting his head, Lin Tian looked at the stone wall behind him. This stone wall was in front of him. It was about 100 feet high, blocking the way ahead. The most important thing was that the stone wall was very steep. It would be very difficult to climb it. Let's take a gamble, Lin Tian whispered. He tore off a piece of his sleeve and pulled the little girl over. Little Z, come on my back. Oh, the little girl lay on Lin Tian's back and wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian nodded subconsciously and used his sleeve to tie the little girl tightly to his back. Okay, Lin Tian said in his mind. He slowly stepped back until he was 70 feet away from the stone wall. Then he said to the little girl softly, Little Z, close your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you. The little girl shivered and closed her eyes obediently. She wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck tightly. Phew! Staring at the stone wall in front of him, Lin Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The next moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. His body flashed, and his whole body was like an arrow leaving the bow. The 70 feet distance was covered in the blink of an eye. After that, he stepped on the stone wall on foot and ran crazily toward the top of the stone wall. Buzz! His body lit up with a bright silver light. The genuine essence in his body surged, and he performed the Yin and Yang steps to the limit. Chi! 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 The sound of sand falling was constantly heard. Every time Lin Tian's feet touched the stone wall, the upward resistance would become a little stronger. When he reached the top of the stone wall, it was difficult for him to take another step. Shocking wind sword. His body moved, and his right hand rotated. The third shocking wind sword was chopped down. With a boom, the shocking wind sword chopped down countless sword force. Lin Tian used the recoil of the shocking wind sword technique to rush up. Finally, he took the little girl to the top of the stone wall. Looking at the canyon below the stone wall, Lin Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Slightly tilting his head, on the other side of the stone wall, there was also an old forest. Let's go. It was very difficult to climb up the stone wall, but it was very easy to go down from the other side. This was because there were many tall and sturdy old trees on the other side of the stone wall. It was enough for Lin Tian to use to cushion the fall. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian lightly leaped and directly jumped down. After a dozen breaths, he landed on the ground on the other side of the stone wall. Dong! At this moment, a loud sound rang out and the space was shaken. Lin Tian raised his head, and his expression suddenly became ugly. The Spirit Ridge scorpion had also jumped to the top of the stone wall. Its blood-red eyes were staring at him coldly. Chapter 54. Secretly cursing, Lin Tian did not hesitate and quickly ran, using the yin-yang steps to escape into the distance. He did not expect that the Spirit Ridge scorpion would chase him from the other side of the canyon to this side. It was simply persevering. With a roar, the Spirit Ridge Scorpion jumped down from the stone wall. Bang! The Spirit Ridge Scorpion landed on the ground. An entire ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Many old trees fell under its body and were crushed into pieces. Soon, Lin Tian was moved again. Not only was the Spirit Ridge Scorpion huge, its speed was not slow either. Even though he had already used the yin-yang steps to the limit, the distance between the two was still closing. Wind-shocking sword. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and slashed with a backhand sword. The clanging sound was endless, and the dense sword shadows rushed towards the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Then, Lin Tian left without looking back. This sword was just to increase the distance between him and the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Find a place to hide, Lin Tian secretly said in his heart. He quickly rushed forward, and the old trees on both sides quickly retreated. Suddenly, a black claw stretched out from the side. This claw was covered with beast fur. It was a middle-level, 3-monster, black-tongued boar. Get lost! Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed forward. With a scream, the black-tongued boar's claw was chopped off by Lin Tian. Behind him, the sound of thumping could be heard. The Spirit Ridge Scorpion's 8 legs moved quickly, stirring up sand on the ground. Lin Tian glanced back and leaped forward. With a kick, he kicked the black-tongued boar towards the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. The black-tongued boar howled. Then, its body smashed into the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Roar! The Spirit Ridge Scorpion was furious. The 2 front legs revealed sharp demon blades and pierced into the black-tongued boar's body. At this time, Lin Tian had already rushed far away. The sky gradually darkened, and the dark forest became even darker. "Brother, can you open your eyes?" The little girl said weakly. "Shao Zi, be good. Don't worry, wait a little longer." Lin Tian, right now, he still hadn't truly escaped the danger. He could feel that the aura of the Ling Scorpion was still approaching. Looking left and right, Lin Tian suddenly saw a tall mountain in the distance. There might be a place to hide. Lin Tian thought to himself. His speed became even faster, and there was even a faint silver light flashing under his feet. Sha! 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 A strange sound came from behind the old tree, and Lin Tian was immediately alerted. As he ran into the distance, he looked around vigilantly. About 10 breaths later, along with a strange gust of wind, a huge centipede stood up not far to his right. The dense number of centipede legs made him feel a chill. 4th level demonic beast. Face-devouring centipede. Lin Tian's heart sank. When it rains, it pours. Lin Tian felt this way right now. The venomous centipede let out a strange hiss. It raised its body and coiled around Lin Tian like a snake. Fire fist. Lin Tian turned sideways and punched out 18 fiery fist shadows. Of course, he didn't expect this kind of attack to cause any harm to the 4th level demonic beast. Everything was just to buy some time for him to escape successfully. The light of the fire fist temporarily blocked the vision of the venomous centipede, and Lin Tian quickly rushed forward. Whoosh! 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 His speed was very fast, constantly shuttling through the old forest, like a shadow in the darkness. Soon, Lin Tian became sad. In half an hour, more and more demonic beasts gathered behind him, and they were all 4th level demonic beasts. There were nearly 10 of them. What the hell is this ghost flower? Lin Tian was annoyed. Forget it. When I'm really forced into a dead end, I can only abandon it. The ghost flower was important, but his life was more important. Time passed by minute, and gradually Lin Tian felt that his physical strength was a little weak. "Brother!" The little girl heard Lin Tian Wei's weak breathing and called out softly. "It's okay. You'll be able to open your eyes soon." Lin Tian comforted her. Although he said so, his heart was very heavy at the moment. Dong, dong, dong sounds kept coming from behind him, and the old trees on both sides were broken one by one, as if a sandstorm was rolling up. The sky had completely darkened, and at some point a full moon hung in the sky. This moonlight doesn't match the scene at all. Lin Tian sighed. His speed was very fast, and behind him, more than 10 demonic beasts were chasing him. If these demonic beasts weren't arguing with each other, he would have been caught by them long ago. After running for a short distance, Lin Tian finally gritted his teeth and carefully took out the cloth bag. Throw out half a leaf and try it, Lin Tian thought to himself. After running nonstop for nearly 2 hours and using the wind-shocking sword from time to time to increase the distance between him and the demonic beasts, and the battle with Lu Ba and the rest had consumed some of his true yuan. At this moment he was almost exhausted. Opening the small cloth bag, he carefully chopped off a leaf from the ghost flower with the sword of origin restoration and threw it behind him. The black leaf floated out with the wind, and suddenly all the demonic beasts were moved. Roar! Roar! More than 10 level 4 demonic beasts actually pounced on the black leaf together. This formation made Lin Tian's eyes widen. What exactly was this ghost flower that made these demonic beasts so obsessed? Shaking his head fiercely, Lin Tian increased his speed a little. Because he threw out a black leaf, more than 10 demonic beasts began to fight over it, and actually temporarily abandoned Lin Tian. Lin Tian put away the small cloth bag, and with a flash of his feet he gritted his teeth and headed toward the mountain in front of him. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at the mountain. The mountain was slightly bright, and there was a cave not far away. The entrance of the cave was not too big, and it was difficult for ordinary demonic beasts to find it. Lin Tian gasped for breath and stepped into the cave with difficulty. His physical strength finally couldn't support him, and he sat on the ground. "Little Z, you can open your eyes now," he said, untied the sleeves around his waist, and put the little girl down. The little girl opened her eyes and saw Lin Tian's pale face. She suddenly showed a tearful expression. Half kneeling beside Lin Tian, she grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and anxiously asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a little tired." Lin Tian smiled. This smile was naturally very forced. Looking out of the cave, Lin Tian felt his vision began to blur. This feeling was similar to the last time outside the Matrix Manipulator Guild. The consumption of essence, qi, and spirit was too serious. In this regard, he was not surprised. Facing more than 10 level 4 demonic beasts, it was already a miracle that he could survive. It was normal to consume so much essence, qi, and spirit. "Little Z, don't run around. Just stay here," Lin Tian said reluctantly. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Lin Tian couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. "Big brother? Big brother? Big brother?" The little girl pushed Lin Tian with all her strength. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't move, the little girl suddenly became very anxious. She thought that something happened to Lin Tian, and tears flowed down her face. Struggling, the little girl put her head on Lin Tian's chest until she felt Lin Tian's heartbeat. She was relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the 11-year-old little girl was ignorant, she still knew some of the simplest things. Lying on Lin Tian's chest, the little girl was very obedient and quiet. Looking around, the little girl looked out of the cave at the gorgeous night sky. "The moon is so beautiful," the little girl whispered. The moon was very round, and the silver light scattered, covering the whole world with a layer of silver light. The silver moonlight even shone into the cave. Looking at the full moon, the little girl's eyes were very pure and focused. Gradually, the little girl's beautiful pupils changed a little and widened a little. After a few more breaths, the little girl's expression also changed. She didn't look like a child anymore. Standing up from Lin Tian's side, her black hair was like a waterfall, hanging down to her waist and gently fluttering in the night wind. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were no longer confused, no longer hesitant, and no longer pure, but turned into calmness and depth. It's really troublesome on this day every year. The little girl said to herself. Sha, sha, sha. A strange sound rang out. Outside the cave, a huge head of a demonic beast appeared, staring straight into the cave. Then more and more monster eyes lit up, full of bloodthirst, greed, and cruelty. After a short pause, the demonic beasts that were chasing Lin Tian had actually caught up to this place. Among them, there were Linken scorpions, spot-devouring centipedes, fire monster dogs, and even level 5 monster pythons. Level 5 monster pythons stuck out their tongues and coiled towards the cave. The monster's eyes were cold with an evil light, staring at the sleeping Lin Tian. As if staring at its prey, the monster pythons slowly approached Lin Tian. Get lost. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The little girl tilted her head, and her pure eyes became indifferent, sweeping to the monster pythons and the monsters outside the cave. The level 5 monster pythons that entered the cave shook violently, and blood flowed from its mouth. The monster's eyes quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye, there was no movement. At the same time, outside the cave, all the monsters trembled, and pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were full of horror. In an instant, all the monsters retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Here, only a level 5 monster's corpse was left. The little girl turned her head, and her eyes fell on Lin Tian again. Suddenly, she saw a jade tablet on Lin Tian's chest. She squatted down and picked it up. Ninyang Martial House, Lin Tian. The little girl muttered to herself, and the corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Interesting. She put the jade tablet back on Lin Tian's chest, and her little hand grabbed the back of Lin Tian's collar. With a flash of light, the two disappeared into the cave. In the next moment, outside the dark forest, a light wind blew, and the little girl reappeared. Putting down Lin Tian, the little girl raised her left hand, and a circle of light appeared around Lin Tian's body, and then it quickly dimmed. Looking at the sleeping Lin Tian, the little girl squatted down and placed her right hand on Lin Tian's chest. A faint light flashed and quickly entered Lin Tian's body. Thank you for your kindness, the little girl said softly. Her voice was still crisp, not much different from an ordinary 11-year-old girl, but it was a little strange. Chapter 55. When Lin Tian woke up, the sky was already bright, and the morning sun was shining down, slightly dazzling. Cotton Candy Novel Network, www.mianhuatang. CC provides TXT for free download. Standing up and looking around, Lin Tian found himself outside the dark forest. What's going on? Lin Tian Wei was shocked. He clearly walked into a cave before. How could he appear outside the dark forest when he opened his eyes? By the way, Little Z. Little Z. Lin Tian glanced around. With this look, Lin Tian's face suddenly sank, surrounded by inch-high grass. Not even a ghost shadow could be seen. Little Z! Lin Tian shouted. Following the surroundings, Lin Tian searched for about half an hour, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find the little girl's trace. What happened? He frowned. Thinking about it, this matter was too strange. Searching his whole body, not a single thing was missing. Lin Tian's frown deepened. After that, he searched for another hour and even went into the dark forest once, but it was still fruitless, and finally he had to give up. Forget it. Looking back at the dark forest, after a while, Lin Tian put on a black robe and turned away. The dark forest was very far from Fengjian City. When Lin Tian returned to Fengjian City, it was already afternoon. Wrapped in a black robe, Lin Tian came to the Array Manipulator Association, carefully took out the ghost flower, and handed it to Mi Fei, which surprised Mi Fei. It was only 2 days. Lin Tian actually brought the ghost flower back from the dark forest, which really surprised Mi Fei. You know, the fastest person to complete the task before took 7 days. Are you hurt? Mi Fei asked. Although Mi Fei still used the honorific title, but because of Lin Tian's words last time, she seemed to be more casual. It's okay, just a little tired. Lin Tian smiled. That's good. That's good. Mi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This task, a lot of people died before. Please go to read a book. The ghost flower was missing a few leaves, but that didn't affect anything. The most important thing was its petals. Mi Fei carefully put away the ghost flower and then recorded Lin Tian's array controller points. A total of 800 points are you directly exchanged for that moon drop. And help me exchange them all into moondrop seeds. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. Mi Fei walked into the backyard and soon took out a small jade bottle with some thick silver liquid in it. Thank you. Lin Tian took it and carefully put it away. Gu Zheng hasn't come back yet. Lin Tian and Mi Fei say hello and then leave here. Soon after, he returned to his residence in the Marshall house and ascended to the top floor. After waking up outside the dark forest, Lin Tian found that his essence, energy, and spirit had completely recovered and even improved a little. Therefore, he did not rest. Gale Rune. Closing his eyes, he started to comprehend the Gale Rune. The Gale Rune was a level 3 array rune, and compared to the Martial Fusion Rune and Spirit Gathering Rune, it was more difficult. Lin Tian spent a total of 2 days and 2 nights before he finally comprehended this type of array rune completely. As for the initial scroll, the Array Controller Guild had ready-made ones, and Lin Tian had bought some. Therefore, he only needed to create ink and inscribe it. Another day passed, and the first Gale rune was successfully created. Who? Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Compared to the Spirit Gathering Rune, the level 3 Gale rune had 8 basic runes, and the difficulty of inscribing it was naturally not low. This was especially so for the first rune. Thankfully, Lin Tian already had rich experience in inscribing arrays, so he only spent 3 days to complete the first level 3 Gale rune. Again, after the first rune was completed, Lin Tian started on the second rune. Compared to the first rune, the second rune was naturally much simpler. After all, he had practical experience. A day later, the moondrop seeds were completely exhausted, and Lin Tian had inscribed 8 Gale runes. Great! Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Night had just passed, and Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion. He faced the morning sun and breathed, recovering his spirit. Shao Clan. Looking out of the Marshall house, Lin Tian's lips curled into a sneer. After the Gale rune was completed, night fell once again. He could go and retrieve some things. Right at this moment, his identity jade token suddenly lit up, and a voice directly transmitted into his mind. All newly promoted disciples of the Marshall house gather at the Marshall practice field in 1 hour. Lin Tian was shocked. This identity jade token had such a function, like a voice transmission talisman. Marshall practice field. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian turned around and returned to his residence. After washing up, he headed for the Marshall house's Marshall practice field. The identity jade token was the symbol of a disciple of the Marshall house, and it could also be said to be a symbol of the Nine-Yang Marshall house. Since the voice came from the identity jade token, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't go against it. After half an hour, he arrived at the Marshall practice field. The Marshall practice field was sparsely populated. There was only a middle-aged man standing on the largest stage with his hands behind his back. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. You are a new disciple? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Not bad. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man revealed a satisfied expression. After he shouted, Lin Tian arrived here in half an hour. This meant that Lin Tian woke up very early and was very diligent. Most people liked diligent people. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man smiled and said, What is your name? Lin Tian. Lin Tian respectfully replied. The middle-aged man was shocked. You are Lin Tian? 9-star talent. the number one genius among the new disciples? The middle-aged man wasn't present at the Marshall House assessment a month ago. However, as a Marshall House instructor, he naturally knew about the appearance of a 9-star talent after the assessment. Lin Tian modestly replied, "Senior is overpraising me. I don't deserve to be called a genius." The middle-aged man was even more satisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. Geniuses were liked by many, and humble geniuses were more approachable. Don't be modest. You deserve to be called a genius. The middle-aged man candidly said, "My name is Luo Xiao. I am temporarily in charge of the new disciples' physical training. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Tian thanked the middle-aged man. In next to no time, an hour had passed, and over 100 new disciples had appeared successively on the Marshall practice grounds. The clothes of many of them were still slightly disheveled. Obviously, many of them were still sleeping when the voice from their identity tokens sounded out. Looking at these people, Luo Xiao shook his head. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Tian was more pleasing to the eye. "Stand properly in 5 breaths," Luo Xiao shouted. A majestic true core force surged, startling the disciples. Their movements suddenly became several times faster. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Divine Pulse Realm. This true core force was much weaker than Mu Qing's and Sherdong's, but it was still strong enough. It was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse Realm. Luo Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd. When many of them felt a burst of pressure, he spoke again. "The martial practice field is where the disciples of the Marshall House practice their martial skills and duels. Behind me, on the other side of the martial practice field, is the special training area of the Marshall House. The training area is divided into the physical body tempering area and the true core condensing area. Today, I called you here to bring you to the first place, the physical body tempering area. Follow me." As he spoke, Luo Xiao turned around and walked towards the other side of the martial practice field. The Nanyang Martial House's martial arts stage was extremely huge. On the other side, there was a huge open area. There were 2 different stone doors standing there. On each of the stone doors, there were 2 big words. One was physical strength, and the other was true essence. The meaning was very simple. Behind the physical body tempering area was the physical body tempering area, while behind the true core force gate was the true core condensing area. As they approached, Luo Xiao nodded to the 2 deacons guarding the physical body tempering area. Immediately, the 2 deacons moved together and opened the physical body tempering area. "Come in," Luo Xiao said and walked in first. The crowd of disciples stepped into the stone door one after another. As soon as they entered, they were surprised. The space behind the stone door was different from the space outside. It was somewhat oppressive. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and shouted, "The essence of the tempering in your body is that there is a huge formation engraved within your body, known as the Berserk Wave Formation. The wild wave array only has one effect, and that is to increase the gravity of the natural world, making the space heavier. Compared to the outside of the array, it is more difficult to move around. The wild wave array is divided into 9 areas. The closer you are to the center, the heavier the gravity. They are 2 times the gravity, 3 times the gravity, 4 times the gravity, 5 times the gravity, 6 times the gravity, 7 times the gravity, 8 times the gravity, 9 times the gravity, and 10 times the gravity. The Nanyang Martial House had been established for a long time, including the illusion array used for the assessment. All the arrays in the Martial House were engraved by array manipulators. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful array manipulators. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and continued, "Living in the wild wave array, the higher the gravity, the stronger the tempering of the physical body. Think about it. When you are able to move freely in 2 times the gravity, how would you feel when you return to a normal environment? Every aspect of your physical body will improve by leaps and bounds. Wow. As soon as Luo Xiao finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. This is also one of the Marshall House's cultivation resources? That's great. If we were to cultivate here for a year, how strong would we become? That's awesome. Many of the disciples were excited. Not only these people, but even Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He secretly thought that the Nanyang Marshall House was indeed worthy of its name. This kind of cultivation resource was definitely not something he could find in the outside world. Seeing how excited his disciples were, Luo Xiao harumphed coldly, "Don't get too excited just yet. The effects of the wild waves formation are indeed not bad, but the process of cultivating within it is incomparably arduous. In fact, it can even be described as painful. Even I can barely move in the 4x gravity zone." Pausing for a moment, Luo Xiao continued, "In addition, I've only brought all of you here this time to broaden your horizons. After this, the amount of time each of you will be able to cultivate in this formation will be different. As for the differences, it will be based on your results in the Outer Mansion ranking trial not long ago. The higher your ranking, the more time you will be able to cultivate in this formation. On the contrary, the lower your ranking, the less time you will be able to cultivate in this formation." Chapter 56. Regs. Large-scale array formations like the Wild Waves Heavy Array required an enormous amount of energy to operate. In addition, there were many disciples in the Marshall House. Therefore, the amount of time each disciple was given to cultivate in the array formation was naturally limited. Therefore, the significance of the Outer Palace ranking trial was reflected. Time was allocated according to the rankings. This is the reference table for your ranking in the Outer House and the cultivation time you received. Take a look for yourselves. Luo Xiao threw a jade slip to each of them. Lin Tian swept through the list and discovered that disciples ranked below 150 in the Outer House could accumulate 10 hours of cultivation in the Wild Wave Heavy Array and True Essence Condensing Array every month. From 150 to 101, they could cultivate for a day. From 100 to 51, they could cultivate for 2 days. From 50 to 11, they could cultivate for 3 days. From 10 to 4, they could cultivate for 5 days. As for the top 3, they could cultivate for even longer. Third place, they could cultivate for 7 days. Second place, they could cultivate for 8 days. First place, they could cultivate for 10 days. I'm ranked second in the Outer House. That means I can cultivate in the Wild Waves Array or the other True Energy Condensation Array for 10 days a month. Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel grateful to Sushu. This girl had put all the beast cores under his name, which allowed him to be ranked second in the Outer House. All right, everyone split into 5 teams and enter in order. Luo Xiao shouted. The Wild Waves Array relied on beast cores to operate and could accommodate up to 25 people at a time. There were 103 new disciples in the Marshall House, so splitting them into 5 teams was naturally the most appropriate. Soon, the 103 people were divided into 5 rows, 3 groups of 21 people, and 2 groups of 20 people. Looking at the array in front of them, each disciple was excited. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and shouted again, "Before you enter, I'd like to remind you that with your current cultivation, you can only cultivate in the 2 times gravity area. Do not overestimate your strength and go to the 3 times gravity area. If you exceed your limits and challenge this array, you may be in danger. Teacher, it's just cultivation. No matter how difficult it is, we won't be in danger, right?" Someone asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, many disciples turned to look at Luo Xiao, including Lin Tian. Luo Xiao snorted and said, "Don't be too naive. Think about it. If you were to be thrown into a 5x gravity zone, the enormous gravity would be enough to make you unable to move. You wouldn't even be able to call for help. At that time, other than waiting for death, what else could you do?" Pausing for a moment, Luo Xiao looked at the crowd, his eyes cold and serious as he said in a low voice, At least 10 Marshall House disciples have died in this array. The expressions of all the disciples changed. How could this be? I can't believe someone died here. Some of the disciples paled. Don't be nervous. Luo Xiao waved his hand and said, those who died overestimated themselves and forcefully stepped into the gravitational field beyond their limits. That's why they were slowly drained to death by the formation. As long as you know your limits and don't be blindly arrogant, death will never happen. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the disciples finally relaxed a little. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the grand array in front of him with some anticipation. All right, let's begin. Team 1, go in. Today, I'm only bringing you here to experience the array. Every team has a time limit of 2 hours. Luo Xiao said, I repeat, you can only train in the 2x gravity zone. Yes, teacher. All the disciples replied in unison. Luo Xiao nodded his head. Looking at Lin Tian, who was in the first group, he smiled and said, Lin Tian, since you're the first to arrive today, I'll give you a special reward. You'll be allowed to cultivate until you reach the 5th group. After saying that, Luo Xiao looked at the other 102 disciples and asked, Do you have any objections? The disciples looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't have the qualifications to object. Lin Tian stood in the first team and bowed slightly to Luo Xiao. Thank you, senior. Don't worry about it. Hardworking people naturally deserve to be rewarded. Luo Xiao shook his head and said, Once you enter the Wild Waves array, your body will need some time to adapt. Most people can only last for 2 hours. Pay attention to the time. When your body can't take it anymore, come out immediately. Wait until you've recovered a little before entering again. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Lin Tian will remember it. Lin Tian on Dao. Luo Xiao nodded and looked at the rest. All right, Team 1, go in. As he spoke, Luo Xiao stepped aside. Hua! In an instant, the disciples were in an uproar as they entered the array, one after another. Lin Tian was in the first team, and naturally he was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped into the Wild Waves formation, Lin Tian felt his body sink. A feeling of suppression appeared in his heart, appearing in every corner of his body, which made him feel a little surprised. When he lifted his legs, he realized that it was much more difficult. It was as if his legs were filled with mercury. He even felt a stinging pain. This is the 2x gravity zone? Lin Tianwei was shocked. At this moment, he felt that he was pressed to the ground by a majestic force. It was extremely uncomfortable. Ah, it hurts. Ow. Around him, many disciples were howling. Many of them were howling like wild beasts. Outside the array, Luo Xiao's voice sounded. The Wild Waves array amplifies the natural gravitational force. This gravitational force is completely different from the feeling of carrying a heavy object. When carrying a heavy object, the weight will only be on one part of the body, be it the shoulder, the arm, or some other part. As for the natural gravitational force, this gravitational force will oppress every part of your body, every inch of your flesh. Living in the wild wolf heavy formation, every inch of your skin will have to endure 1, 2, 3, or even more times the gravity of the outside world. This gravity will not only be reflected in the pressure, it will also give you the feeling of a sharp blade, as if a sharp blade is cutting every inch of your flesh, bones, and organs. Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. I see, he thought to himself. He had been puzzled just now. He had carried Su Shu and the little girl before, but he had never felt anything like this before. It turned out that the form of pressure from gravity was completely different from the form of pressure from ordinary heavy objects. Oppressing every inch of my flesh? This array must have been created by at least a grade 6 array manipulator. Lin Tian thought. A grade 6 array manipulator was terrifying just thinking about it. Probably only the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City would have such an expert. Furthermore, he should be an elder at the very least. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. I want to get out. Wretched howls sounded from all around. Under the pressure of gravity that was twice as strong as the outside world, the faces of many disciples turned ugly. Not a single wound could be seen on their bodies, but the intense pain was unbearable for many of them. Soon, some people began to move out of the array. Lin Tian glanced at the surroundings with a calm expression. He began to stride through the area. With every step he took, he would feel piercing pain, and it was no different from when he had tempered his flesh and blood. Gradually, the speed of his footsteps became much faster. Of course, the piercing pain also increased. This wild waves heavy formation is only focused on the training of one's physique. It strengthens the quality of one's body in all aspects. The effects of cultivating the yin-yang steps should be pretty good. Lin Tian thought to himself. The yin and yang steps was an unparalleled movement technique that he had refined from the information that had surged into his mind. This movement technique was divided into 9 realms, and he was only at the first realm. This wild waves heavy formation used formation patterns to increase the natural gravity between heaven and earth, thereby suppressing the body and restricting the martial artist's movements. In this way, cultivating the yin and yang steps was the best choice. Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to walk according to the yin-yang steps. This movement technique was extremely mysterious. According to the information in his mind, this movement technique could allow the practitioner to have extraordinary speed in the early stages. When cultivated to the peak, it was even more terrifying. One step could traverse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. It was truly the fastest speed in the world. It hurts. Walking with the yin-yang steps, Lin Tian felt more pain in his body. He could not help but grit his teeth. This also made him sigh. This was only the 2-fold gravity area, and it was already so uncomfortable. If he were to enter the 3-fold gravity area at this moment, he reckoned that he would not be able to withstand it. At this time, it had been an hour since the first team entered the Wild Waves array. Except for Lin Tian, everyone else in the first team had already stepped out of the array. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. His expression was calm, and his eyes were firm. He continued to cultivate the yin-yang steps in this area. Not long after, Lin Tian saw a red engraving. This engraving extended in a 360-degree circle and was branded on the ground. This made Lin Tian's heart jump. Inside this mark should be the 3-fold gravity area. After thinking about it, Lin Tian moved closer and tried to put his right hand into the red engraving. In an instant, he felt an intense pain. It was as if his right hand had been chopped off by a large saber. Lin Tian was greatly alarmed, and his expression immediately changed. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his entire body immediately retreated 3 meters. His right hand drooped slightly, and a burning sensation assaulted him. Then Lin Tian felt his entire right arm go numb, as if he had lost all feeling. This is too scary. Lin Tian's heart palpitated. He finally understood that Luo Zhao's warning was not exaggerated at all. Just putting one arm into the 3-fold gravity area was already so uncomfortable. If his entire body went in, he might really be crushed. I'll cultivate in the 2-fold gravity area for now. Once I've adapted to the 2-fold gravity area, I'll go to the 3-fold gravity area. Lin Tian thought to himself. Rubbing his numb right arm, Lin Tian began to move again after a few breaths. While enduring the intense pain from the 2-fold gravity, he used the yin-yang steps to move. Chapter 57. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quickly. Including the previous 1 hour, in these 3 hours, out of the 5 groups formed by over 100 new students, 2 groups had already walked out of the array. At this moment, the 3rd group had started to walk into the array. However, Lin Tian still hadn't walked out of the array. This little guy is not bad. Luo Zhao's eyes shone. It was his first time entering the array, and he had already endured 3 hours in the double gravity zone. At this moment, in the Wild Waves array, Lin Tian's eyes were resolute without the slightest change. After staying in the formation for 3.5 hours, his movements gradually became more and more natural. Swoosh! 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 Using the duality steps, he could already hear the sound of something tearing through the air. This Wild Waves array is too extraordinary. It can be said to be a holy land for cultivation. Lin Tian thought to himself. After 3 hours of cultivation, he had been enduring bursts of pain throughout his body. But even so, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Although the changes were small, they did exist. Continue, he thought to himself. The double gravity brought on pain to his body, but Lin Tian did not seem to feel anything. This was not because he was not afraid of pain, but because he knew that if he wanted to progress on the path of martial arts, he had to endure such pain. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. This was a principle that he who had lived 2 lives knew best. He was cultivating with all his might, and at the same time, time passed without stopping. Soon, another 4 hours had passed. For hours later, the 5 teams of freshmen had all entered the array and exited. Many of them sat on the ground, complaining incessantly. Luo Xiao looked into the array, and the light in his eyes disappeared. His expression was one of shock. At this moment, 3 hours had passed since Lin Tian had entered the Wild Waves array. Luo Xiao was shocked. He was not worried that Lin Tian would have any accidents. It was just double gravity, and it was far from enough to crush a martial artist to death. He was also not worried that Lin Tian would enter the triple gravity zone, because he had repeatedly emphasized that Lin Tian was not an arrogant person. Just how strong is this little guy? Luo Xiao was truly shocked to be able to last 6.5 hours in the Wild Waves heavy array for the first time. As far as he knew, ever since the establishment of the Nanyang Martial House, there had never been a disciple who could last so long in their first attempt. Even the martial fanatic MOG had only lasted 6 hours when he entered for the first time. Luo Xiao could not help but clench his fists as he stared intently at the array. Mentor, can we go back now? That's right, Mentor. My body hurts. Let's go back and rest. Many disciples complained. Thinking about how Lin Tian had already lasted for 6 hours in the formation, and then looking at the people who had only been in there for less than an hour, Luo Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anger. All of you, shut up! Glaring at his disciples, Luo Xiao bellowed coldly, Look at your cowardly faces! Just like this, how can you become a powerful expert in the future? Glancing at the Wild Waves heavy array, Luo Xiao snorted coldly. All of you stay where you are. Before he comes out, no one is allowed to leave. Luo Xiao was very strong. With this shout, the hundreds of disciples shrunk back in fear. But soon many people were puzzled. Him? Who? Is there someone else in the array? Someone asked curiously. Many people looked around, and suddenly someone exclaimed, That Lin Tian is not here. Lin Tian. The Lin Tian who ranked first in the comprehensive assessment? The person who killed Mo's son of the Mo clan? He is still inside. Many people were shocked. These people who participated in this year's assessment naturally knew about Lin Tian. But teacher, someone carefully opened his mouth and said that Lin Tian is a 9-star talent monster. Moreover, he was ranked second in the Outer House training trial. How can we compare to him? That's right, Mentor. I just happen to be a 3-star genius. Many people whispered. The Outer House trial ranking had already been announced. Everyone knew about Lin Tian's ranking. As for Lin Tian being dragged away by the centipede, only a few people in the martial house knew about it. Therefore, when Lin Tian appeared again, these disciples were not surprised. Glancing at this group of people, Luo Xiao's eyes widened. Shut up. The Wild Waves Heavy Array is a place to train one's physical strength. It has nothing to do with one's talent. Strength is indeed the key to how long you can last in the wild waves' heavy array. But in this 2 times gravity zone with your current cultivation, even if it's your first time here, if your will is strong enough, it won't be a problem for you to last for 2 hours. Do you dare to say that you came out because your physical strength was exhausted? Luo Xiao coldly said. After being yelled at by Luo Xiao, many people's faces immediately became ugly, ashamed and ashamed. Indeed, many of them did not walk out because they were physically exhausted, but because they could not bear the piercing pain brought to their bodies by double the gravity. It was even more painful than tempering their muscles and bones. Many of them rushed out after a short while. Mentor, we were wrong. A disciple whispered. Among these disciples, Xiao Yun was naturally among them. However, at this moment, Xiao Yun's face was very ugly. She couldn't see through the current Lin Tian at all. Not too long ago, he had been a sickly and weak person, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a peerless genius with a 9-star talent. He had killed Mo Sun, the #1 disciple of the martial house, and ranked 2nd in the outer palace smelting trial. And now he had endured in the 2 times gravity zone for such a long time. Her eyes flashed with panic and fear. For a moment, Xiao Yun was stunned. At this moment, in the wild waves' heavy array, Lin Tian was still practicing the duality steps. At this time, his steps were even more gentle. Even in the 2 times gravity zone, the soles of his feet flashed with a silver light. Faster! Faster! Lin Tian whispered. His eyes were firm. Although his face was pale and he felt weak, he did not stop. He continued to practice the duality steps over and over again. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. His movements suddenly became much faster. His speed more than doubled in an instant. Lin Tian Wei was shocked. He did not stop. According to his current speed, he kept flashing on the spot. After dozens of breaths, he finally stopped. Duality steps. First stage perfection. Lin Tian revealed a happy expression. After experimenting for a while, he found that even in the 2 times gravity zone, his duality steps could reach the peak level of the duality steps in the outside world. The cultivation of the duality steps was actually more difficult than the shocking wind sword art. Lin Tian originally thought that he would need to spend 3 months before he could reach the perfection stage of the first stage, but he did not expect that he would be able to do it in just 10 hours in this 2-fold gravity zone. This really made him a little excited. Now his speed had more than doubled. All right, it's about time. It's time to go out. Lin Tian thought to himself, patting the dust off his body. Lin Tianyi shook his body and almost instantly stepped out of the wild waves' heavy array. After walking out of the array, Lin Tian felt that his body had become much lighter. When he walked, it was as if there was a gust of wind blowing around his body. This feeling was very strange. This should be the effect of cultivating in the 2 times gravity zone. Lin Tian thought to himself. He raised his head and was shocked to find that all the disciples were staring at him. Luo Xiao came over. He was shocked and helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, "You little brat, you actually stayed in there for 12 hours on your first try. You're really a little monster. I almost couldn't help but go in and look for you." As the minutes and seconds passed, Lin Tian still did not appear. Even though Luo Xiao was full of confidence in Lin Tian, he gradually felt uneasy. He was worried that Lin Tian had fainted in the 2 times gravity zone due to lack of physical strength. He was worried that Lin Tian had entered the 3 times gravity zone. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Tian finally came out. Lin Tian blushed with shame, feeling a little embarrassed. "Thank you for your concern, Senior." He bowed respectfully. Luo Xiao waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Don't mention it. It was me who worried for nothing." Then Luo Xiao looked at the 100 or so new disciples. "All right, all of you can disperse. Remember, this time I only brought you here to broaden your horizons. After this, the martial house will distribute your cultivation time according to your ranking in the outer palace trial. Remember this. Yes, instructor. All the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them stared at Lin Tian with fear and awe, but soon they dispersed. Luo Xiao looked at Lin Tian and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. He smiled. Good kid, not bad. However, I still have to remind you that it's a good thing to not be afraid of hardships, and it's also good to have a strong will. However, you still have to control yourself. Training too hard can be harmful to your body, understand? Lin Tian nodded. Thank you for your advice, senior. All right, you should be tired after cultivating for so long. Go back and have a good rest, Luo Xiao said. Lin Tian nodded, bowed, and thanked Luo Xiao before walking back to his residence. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Luo Xiao's face was full of smiles. It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding young man. Lin Tian returned to his residence. After washing up, he flipped over and lay on his bed. After cultivating in the 2 times gravity zone for almost 12 hours, he was indeed exhausted. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. He slept all the way until midnight. At midnight, the stars flashed in the sky and scattered silver light over Fengjian City. It's time. Lin Tian looked at the sky, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Chapter 58. As the biggest merchant family in Fengjian City, the Xiao family was very luxurious. Even at night, the main gate was still brightly lit. Lin Tian hid in the darkness and quickly arrived at the Xiao family. Looking around, there were 2 guards standing in front of the Xiao family's main gate. Each of them held a long spear and were vigilantly looking around. Not paying attention to the 2 guards, Lin Tian went around the main gate and arrived at the side wall of the Xiao family. With a light jump, he immediately climbed up the wall and entered the Xiao family. Compared to the outside, the Xiao family's interior was brighter. It was as if there was a lantern every 3 steps. Extravagant enough. Lin Tianlong smiled. The Xiao family could have everything today. Most of it was taken from the Lin family. Inside the Xiao family, there were many servants and guards patrolling back and forth. Lin Tian didn't care at all. Based on his memory, he quickly arrived in front of an old house. This old house was not tall nor luxurious, but it was very tight, especially the door that sealed the old house. It was actually covered with iron sheets. There were a total of 8 locks from top to bottom. Moreover, there were 2 guards standing outside the door. They looked more capable than the 2 in front of the main gate. Lin Tian hid in the darkness and took out a small paper bag. The paper bag was filled with asterisk powder. For martial artists under the 6th level of body refinement, this asterisk powder had a special effect. Just a slight smell would cause them to faint. Lin Tian took out the asterisk powder. With a wave of his hand, the asterisk powder floated in the air with a light breeze. What's that smell? It seems to be flour. With 2 thumping sounds, the 2 guards in front of the old house fell to the ground. The Xiao family was not a martial arts family. The guards in the house were naturally not strong. They couldn't block the asterisk powder. Lin Tian quickly walked to the door of the old house. He held an iron lock in his hand and poured his soul power into it to sense the structure of the lock. After about 5 breaths, he inserted the gold thread that he had prepared earlier. With a click, the first iron lock was opened. The second one, Lin Tian secretly thought. He was a martial artist and an array master. His soul power was incomparably strong. Opening locks was naturally easy for him. Soon, all 8 iron locks were unlocked. Lin Tian pushed the door open and walked in, then carefully closed the iron door. From the outside, the old house was only tightly guarded and did not appear luxurious. However, upon entering the old house, one would find that it was spacious and bright. There were piles of gold, silver, jade, and ancient porcelain all over the place. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't care about these things. Instead, he stared at a huge gold chest in the deepest part of the old house. This golden chest was surrounded by 9 layers of iron cages, each of which was fixed to a stone platform and locked with a large lock. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He used the same trick again and opened the 9 iron cages one by one. Finally, he opened the last lock outside the golden chest and took out a thick roll of parchment. Lin's jade ware, Lin's paper industry, Lin's jewelry. Lin Tian swept his eyes over them one by one. These parchments were all deeds of the Lin family's properties. However, the owner had already been changed and replaced with the name of the Shao family's head, Shao Nan. Lin Tianling smiled. His soul power emerged in his right hand, and Shao Nan's name suddenly disappeared. Immediately, the 2 words Lin she appeared in its original position. He was an array master. Using his soul power to change some words was no different from eating or sleeping. Putting away a few contracts, Lin Tian continued to look for other property deeds. Lin's wood industry, Lin's restaurant, Lin's horse farm. Along the way, Lin Tian was a bit surprised. The Lin family was really rich in the past. They had a lot of properties. There were more than 10 kinds. He changed all the property deeds to Lin Shi's name and then threw them into the bag he had prepared earlier. He continued to search. At the bottom of the wooden chest, he found several rolls of parchment. Zhao's real estate, Zhao's ranch, Zhao's fish industry. Lin Tian's mouth curved into an evil smile. He changed the property deeds of the Shao family and then put them into the bag. This process didn't take much time. After that, Lin Tian closed the golden chest and closed the 9 iron locks one by one. He then walked out and closed the 8 locks on the iron door of the old house. He didn't take anything else in the old house. He took all the property deeds. These things would no longer belong to the Shao family in the end. After walking a few steps, Lin Tianyi waved his hand, and the antidote of the poison powder floated out. Oh! The 2 guards who had fainted were carried by Lin Tian and leaned against the wall of the old house. At this moment, the 2 woke up and were shocked. How did you fall asleep? The 2 quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that everything was normal, they let out a sigh of relief. Not far away, Lin Tian smiled indifferently and turned around to leave. At this moment, he had already used the 3rd Gale rune. Because each Gale rune could only last for a short period of time, he needed to use the next Gale rune before the previous one lost its effect. Otherwise, he would be exposed. After using the Gale mark, his body became even more agile. Like a shadow, he quickly walked out of the Shao clan. Father, what should we do? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away, making Lin Tian stop in his tracks. Looking around, in a room not far away, the light was still on. In the darkness, he could see 2 figures in the room. One of them was tall and the other was slim. As for the voice that came from the room, Lin Tian obviously recognized who it was. It was Xiao Yun's voice. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tian carefully went over. Soon he came to the door and listened carefully. The voice inside was even clearer. That Lin Tian is not only a 9-star talent, but he is also ranked 2nd in the outer house. Also during the day, he stayed in the martial house's 2 times gravity zone for nearly 12 hours. Even the teachers were shocked. Father, what should we do? If this continues, he will become stronger and stronger. He will definitely deal with us. Xiao Yun's voice was a little flustered. A cold snort came from the room. What's the hurry? He is only 1 person. He hasn't matured yet. What can he do? Doesn't your 9-yang martial house have a green wind ridge? In the next few days, you will observe carefully and find some disciples of the martial house who can be used for money. Set up a trap at the green wind ridge in advance, and then let those people lure that little bastard to the green wind ridge. Then eliminate him at the green wind ridge. But father, the disciples of the 9-yang martial house are very arrogant. Normally they won't. Find 5 people and give each of them 100,000 spirit coins. 100,000. Xiao Yun's voice was a little surprised. In the room, Xiao Nan's voice came again. I know a little about 9-star talent. As you said, this little bastard must not be left alive. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a big problem for our Xiao clan in the future. 100,000. With this amount, we can definitely find him, Xiao Yun said with a trembling voice. Yes, this is for you. This is the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls that I bought from the E-Treasure Pavilion not long ago. There is a powerful martial skill sealed inside. Even the E-Treasure Pavilion's chief deacon, Master Pushi, praised it. It can severely injure a martial artist at the 6th level of the refinement realm. Take it with you. When the time comes, it should be useful. This. Xiao Yun's voice was filled with surprise. Thank you, Father. This time, we can definitely get rid of him. Outside the room, Lin Tian heard everything clearly. His eyes flickered with a cold light. 100,000 spirit coins per person. They are really willing to part with their capital. He sneered in his heart. 100,000 spirit coins was definitely a huge amount of wealth. Even some divine vein realm experts might be moved. Lin Tian suddenly rejoiced. Luckily he came tonight. Otherwise he might really be tricked. He quietly retreated and hid in the darkness. Soon he left the Xiao clan. Walking through the quiet streets, Lin Tian soon returned to his residence in the martial house. He carefully hid the cloth bag that contained the property deeds of the Lin and Xiao clans. He then went to the top of the pavilion and started to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. Bitch Xiao, I wonder how much time you will spend to find him. When the time comes, I will give you a surprise. Lin Tian smiled evilly. Lin Tian was already very familiar with inscribing the spirit gathering rune. In just an hour, he finished inscribing the spirit gathering rune. He then activated the spirit gathering rune and condensed the spiritual energy from all directions to refine his internal organs. Intense pain immediately surged up, but Lin Tian didn't care. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Wang! A faint silver light flickered. Starlight and spiritual energy surged together and covered Lin Tian. A night passed quickly. Lin Tian cultivated for an entire night. Even though his internal organs were constantly emitting scorching pain, Lin Tian didn't care at all. After a night, his cultivation had increased by a few points. His essence, spirit, and spirit had become stronger. His heartbeat was also more powerful than before. Not bad. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was currently early in the morning. Lin Tian washed up a little and then went to the Violent Waves Heavy Formation in the martial arts practice field. Brat, you woke up quite early. Luo Xiao smiled and greeted him. Luo Xiao was temporarily in charge of the physical training of the new disciples. Hence, he would usually be in the martial arts practice field. Senior, you are even earlier. Lin Tian replied politely. Luo Xiao chuckled and said, All right. Stop flattering me. Are you going to cultivate in the formation? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Well, wait a moment. There is no one in the formation now. The formation hasn't been activated yet. Luo Xiao nodded and greeted the deacon who was controlling the formation. After 3 breaths, the formation started up with a buzzing sound. Looking at Lin Tian, Luo Xiao said, All right, it's ready now. Go in. The Violent Waves Heavy Formation required a large amount of energy to operate. Hence, when there was no one, the formation would be shut down. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian replied politely and then stepped into the formation. This was the second time Lin Tian came to the Violent Waves Heavy Formation. He felt much better than yesterday, although his movements were not as smooth as the outside world. It was far less difficult than yesterday. As soon as he entered the formation, he started to use the yin-yang steps. He wanted to use the Violent Waves Heavy Formation to quickly reach the 2nd level of the yin-yang steps. Chapter 59. On this day, Lin Tian cultivated for a total of 14 hours in the 2x gravity zone of the Wild Waves Heavy Array and only walked out of the array in the evening. As soon as Lin Tian walked out of the array, he felt his body become lighter. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. Very good. After 14 hours of cultivation, his body became lighter, and his duality steps had also improved. After returning to the Marshall house and eating the food that she had prepared, Lin Tian went to the top pavilion, carved 2 spirit gathering runes, and started cultivating. Buzz. Silver light lingered around his body, illuminating the dark top pavilion. Days passed, and the cultivation in the Marshall house was extremely boring. Every day, Lin Tian would cultivate the duality steps in the Wild Waves Heavy Array to temper his physique. At night, he would use the spirit gathering runes to condense the power of stars and the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate the 4 extreme scripture. Soon, 7 days passed. On this day, in the Wild Waves Heavy Array, Lin Tian suddenly stepped into the void. After leaving the ground, Lin Tian took a few steps in the air in this region with 2 times the gravity. Every time he took a step, a white air wave would appear under his feet. He stepped on the air and moved forward, covering a distance of 15 meters. After landing on the ground again, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with resplendent radiance. I've finally reached the 2nd level. Lin Tian was slightly excited. He enjoyed the feeling of walking in the air and couldn't help but stand on the spot and reminisce about it. After a while, Lin Tian moved again and practiced repeatedly. He had just reached the 2nd level of the duality steps and could only move 15 meters in the air. Moreover, walking in the air consumed a lot of chi. Just this one time, he felt that about 20% of the chi in his body had been consumed. I've just reached the 2nd level. My comprehension is still lacking. I need to consolidate and familiarize myself. Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and started practicing again. Soon, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Lin Tian temporarily gave up on cultivating the 4 extreme scriptures. Apart from a small amount of rest, he spent the rest of his time in the Wild Waves formation. After these 2 days, he had a clear sense of familiarity with the 2nd realm of the yin-yang steps. The consumption of his true essence was much lower, and he could now traverse 30 meters in the air. It had been 1 month and 26 days since Lin Tian entered the 9-yang Marshall house. I have to reach the 8th body refinement layer as soon as possible, Lin Tian thought. In the wee hours of the morning, he walked out of the Wild Waves Heavy formation, stretched his body, and walked towards his residence. After going around a few corners, the disciples' living quarters were right in front of him. Are you Lin Tian, Brother Lin? A voice sounded. Not far away, a blue-clothed youth walked over with a warm smile on his face. Lin Tian tilted her head. You are. The young man in blue laughed and said, My name is Zhan Feng, a disciple of the Marshall House 2 years ago, barely ranked 3rd in the outer house. So it's Brother Zhan. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Tianten smiled and said, I wonder what business Brother Zhan has with me. Zhan Feng looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, It's like this. Not long ago, I received a mission from the Array Manipulator Guild in Supervisor Feng City. The mission was to kill a level 3 demonic beast, the Dark Rock Leopard, and obtain its heart. However, after trying it once, I realized that I couldn't do it alone. Since Brother Lin is ranked 2nd in the outer house, your combat power is not weak. Therefore, I would like to ask for Brother Lin's help. As for the mission reward, let's split it in half. What do you think, Brother Lin? Oh, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Was this someone bribed by the Shao family? Lin Tian thought in his heart, but his expression did not change. He asked, How much is the reward for this mission? Hearing Lin Tian ask about the reward, Zhan Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden joy. He said, The reward is a total of 3,000 spirit coins. If the mission is completed, You and I will each split 1,500 spirit coins. 1,500 each? So much. Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. 1,500 spirit coins, for an ordinary martial artist, was indeed a large sum of money. Zhan Feng nodded. Naturally, because the difficulty of the mission is relatively high. That dark rock leopard is a 3rd-level peak monster beast, comparable to a 9th-level refinement realm cultivator. It is indeed not easy to deal with, otherwise there would not be such a high reward. However, because of the outer house trial not long ago, you and I both have middle-level spirit weapons. Together, we should be able to kill it. Everyone knew about the reward for ranking in the top 10 in the outer house. Lin Tian was ranked 2nd in the outer house and received a middle-level spirit weapon. Regarding this, Zhan Feng was very clear. Lin Tian pretended to ponder. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I will go with Senior Zhan." "Good brother. Delightful." Zhan Feng laughed. "Senior Zhan, when are we going?" Lin Tian asked. "Ha ha." Zhan Feng laughed and said, "Brother Lin, are you coveting that 1,500 spirit coins?" "You can say that. Recently, I've been a little tight on money," Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhan Feng thought for a moment and said, "All right, since Brother Lin is tight on money, then we will go now. This foolish brother has already found the nest of the dark rock leopard. It is in a cave in the Green Wind Ridge. Now is the right time to kill it. All right." Lin Tiandao said, "Senior Zhan, please wait for a moment. I will go get the origin returning sword." Lin Tian did not always carry the sword on his back when he was cultivating in the martial house. Hearing the origin returning sword, Zhan Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. "All right, go quickly and come back quickly. This foolish brother will wait for you here." "All right," Lin Tiandao said and quickly ran to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory and closing the door, Lin Tian's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. His soul was extremely strong, so his perception was naturally not weak. Through the conversation just now, he could already be sure that Zhan Feng was bribed by the Xiao family to deal with him. Even if that was not the case, the other party definitely did not have good intentions. "Let's see what kind of tricks you can play." Strapping the origin returning sword on his back, Lin Tianling smiled and walked out of the dormitory. When he arrived at the previous place, Zhan Feng was waiting for him. "Sorry to keep senior brother waiting." Lin Tian smiled. "It's fine." Glancing at the origin returning sword on Lin Tian's back, Zhan Feng smiled. "Then let's go." "All right, follow senior brother." Lin Tiandao. The Green Wind Ridge was extremely large. Under Zhan Feng's lead, the two quickly passed through the 1st and 2nd level demonic beast areas and entered the 3rd level demonic beast area. There are many fierce demonic beasts in the 3rd level demonic beast area. "Brother Lin, be careful." Zhan Feng smiled. "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Tian nodded. After an hour, the two appeared in front of a huge cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was a 2-person tall cave that led to the inside of the cave. "We're here," Zhan Feng said. Lin Tian looked into the cave. "Here." "Yes." Zhan Feng nodded and said, "Let's go in. Be careful. The dark rock leopard should be taking a nap in the deepest part of the cave. We'll approach it cautiously and kill it when it's unprepared." "All right." Lin Tian nodded. Following Zhan Feng, the two quickly passed through the cave and entered the cave. The cave was about 10 zhong high and the top was open. Looking up, one could see the blue sky and white clouds. Standing in the cave, Lin Tian glanced around and said, "Senior brother Zhan, where's the dark rock leopard?" "Dark rock leopard? You'll know when you die." Zhan Feng laughed. At this moment, Zhan Feng's voice changed. It was no longer gentle but cold. With a whoosh, Zhan Feng quickly retreated out of the open sky mountain cave and ran outside. At the same time, he did something that caused the tunnel they were walking through to tremble and collapse with a rumbling sound. In a moment, the tunnel was blocked. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he walked towards the blocked entrance. A cave that is several zhang wide is blocked like this. Even a divine vein realm expert wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Heh, smart. At this moment, Zhan Feng's voice sounded again from above. Lin Tian raised his head and saw Zhan Feng standing at the top of the cave with a sneer on his face. Senior brother Zhan, what's the meaning of this? Lin Tian asked. Meaning? Ha 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 ha. I'll let you meet someone and you'll know. Zhan Feng laughed. Following Zhan Feng's words, a charming woman walked out from the top of the cave. It was Xiao Yun. Lin Tian, you didn't expect this, right? Xiao Yun stared at Lin Tian proudly. She spent 9 days to bribe the Marshall House disciples and set up a trap. Now that she trapped Lin Tian in the cave, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he mocked. Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so lustful. Mo's son has only been dead for 2 months, and you've already hooked up with a new wild man. You're really promiscuous. What did you say? Xiao Yun shrieked. Are you deaf? Lin Tiantan said. I said you're a whore. You dare insult me. Xiao Yun's voice was sharp. Her face was filled with anger as she said, Come out. All of you come out and kill him. Kill him. Following her words, 4 youths walked out from the top of the cave. These 4 people's auras were not weak. The lowest was at the 7th body refinement layer. Each of them carried a set of bows and arrows on their backs. Looking at these 4 people, Lin Tian's expression did not change. Surnamed Xiao, your needs are quite big, he said. Ah! Xiao Yun shrieked, Kill him. Quickly kill him. Looking at Xiao Yun with disdain, Lin Tian's gaze fell onto Zhan Feng's group of 5. You lured me here to kill me, right? Ah, your courage is not small. As disciples of the Marshall House, you dare to do this. Aren't you afraid that once the higher-ups of the Marshall House find out, they'll kill you all? Zhan Feng took out a gold card from his chest and shook it. 1,500 spirit coins is enough to make you excited. But this card, do you see it? There are 200,000 spirit coins in it. 200,000 spirit coins is worth the risk to kill you. Pausing, Zhan Feng smiled. Moreover, the Marshall House will not find out. You want to say that if I die, the Marshall House will only think that I was killed by a demonic beast. Lin Tiandao. Zhan Feng was stunned, then he laughed. Smart. Smart enough. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he looked at the other 4 youths. What about you? How much did the Xiao family pay you? Was it also 200,000 spirit coins? Or 100,000 spirit coins? Each of them 100,000 spirit coins. Zhan Feng said. They looked at Lin Tian. Their attitudes were very casual, as if Lin Tian was already a corpse. Chapter 60. Zhan Feng and the others were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Send a huge sum of money to you? Kid, are you scared silly that you're starting to speak nonsense? Someone mocked. Is it very funny? Lin Tian looked at them. Zhan Feng nodded and said, As a caged beast, you actually dare to speak such words, isn't it funny? I think this is the funniest joke in the world. Is it? Lin Tian said indifferently. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. His expression was very calm, without the slightest trace of panic. And this expression made Zhan Feng and the others feel very unhappy. Humph! Zhan Feng snorted coldly. Me, Ding and Ningyu are all at the 8th body refinement layer. Sun Chang and Yi Shang are at the peak of the 7th body refinement layer. None of us are weaker than you. Just you alone. Under normal circumstances, you would definitely die facing us, not to mention now. The current you dares to talk big. Looking down at Lin Tian in the cave, Zhan Feng's face was full of mockery. Zhan Feng, Ding and Ningyu, Sun Chang, Yishang. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 5 people. Let's wait and see. Standing in the cave, he had a very leisurely look. Don't talk nonsense. The money has already been paid to you. Quickly do it. Kill him. Xiao Yun shrieked. Zhan Feng nodded and took out a bow and arrow that he had already prepared from the top of the cave, aiming straight at Lin Tian. At the same time, Ding Yin and the other 3 youths also took out their bows and arrows from their backs. One arrow after another flashed with a cold light in the air. How should I say this, kid? I'm sorry. Zhan Feng smiled. As his words fell, Zhan Feng released the bowstring, and the long arrow shot towards Lin Tian's throat. At the same time, the other 4 people also shot the arrows in their hands. Xiu! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out as 5 arrows pierced straight towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian dodged, his feet moved slightly, his entire body like a phantom, dodging the 5 arrows one by one. Continue, Xiao Yun shouted. Zhan Feng and the others drew their bows again. This time, each of them had at least 5 arrows on their bowstrings. For a moment, the dense number of arrows almost sealed off all the space in the cave, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Let's see how you're going to dodge such a concentrated attack in this enclosed cave. Ning Yu sneered. Not only Ning Yu, but the others also sneered. This trap was carefully prepared by them. They would trap Lin Tian in the cave while they would attack him with arrows from the top of the cave. In this limited space, it was very difficult to avoid the dense rain of arrows falling from the sky. To them, the current Lin Tian was a live target. Swish! 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 As soon as the first volley of arrows was released, the 5 of them drew their bows again, and the second volley of arrows followed closely behind. Die! Xiao Yun shrieked. Lin Tian smiled indifferently. Like a ghost, he flashed between the gaps of the arrows. Not a single arrow was able to touch his body. Not enough. After 2 volleys of arrows, Lin Tian was unscathed. Even the corners of his clothes were not scratched. Staring below, Sun Chong and the others were somewhat moved. This speed, someone murmured, shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. Zhan Feng said with a cold face, You're going to die anyway. Why fight like a cornered beast? Die. Are you sure I'm going to die? Lin Tian looked at Zhan Feng. Humph. The cave leading to the outside world has been sealed. Even a divine vein realm expert would find it difficult to walk out. The walls of this cave are not only 10 feet high, but we've also smeared them with oil. You can't escape. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhan Feng said coldly, In other words, you can only passively take our attacks. Under such circumstances, it doesn't matter how fast you are. Even if it's a battle of attrition, we can exhaust you to death. Finishing his words, Zhan Feng sneered and took out the long spear on his back. Graceful spirit spear, middle-rank spirit weapon. Zhan Feng said proudly. After that, clanging sounds could be heard as Ning Yu and the others pulled out their weapons. Ning Yu was ranked 9th in the outer residence. He held a light saber in his hand, which was a lower-rank spirit weapon. As for the others, although their weapons were not spirit weapons, they were much stronger than ordinary weapons. The group of people stood at the top of the cave, aiming their weapons at Lin Tian. Do you really think I'm a cornered beast? Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhan Feng said sarcastically, Aren't you? Who knows? Lin Tian smiled. He stared at them with an evil gaze. He squatted down slightly, then stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. This leap was 3 feet high. Seeing this, Zhan Feng and the others burst into laughter. Do you think you're a divine vein realm expert? That you can jump into a cave that's 10 feet high? Or do you think you've reached the flight realm and can fly? Your IQ is worrying. Maybe you're really scared, silly. Everyone mocked. Lin Tian, who had leaped 30 feet into the air, began to fall freely without any support. This made the 6 of them burst out in laughter again. He's really a fool, Xiao Yin said sarcastically. Is that so? As the two words sounded, Lin Tian smiled evilly in midair. His right foot stepped lightly in the air, and a white airwave appeared. His falling body suddenly shook, and then he rushed to the top of the cave. This leap was 3 feet high again. Moreover, he was jumping in the air. How is this possible? What did he do? Looking at this scene, Zhan Feng and the others' expressions changed. A mere body, refinement realm expert, could actually jump in the air. Even a divine vein realm expert couldn't do this. Lin Tian had an evil sneer on his face as he jumped continuously in the air, climbing to the top step by step. After reaching the second level of the duality steps, he could temporarily move in the air. At this moment, he was naturally using the second level of the duality steps. Attack! Attack quickly! Xiao Yun screamed. Zhan Feng and the others quickly raised the weapons in their hands, and streaks of martial skills flashed. Too late! A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian, who was still in the air, had unsheathed the sword of origin. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed, and a dense silver sword curtain swept towards the 6 people like a vast ocean. Shocking wind sword. So. The sword chi cut through the air, and it was extremely destructive. The shocking wind sword was already incomparably powerful, comparable to a high-grade body, refinement martial skill. In addition, at this moment, Lin Tian used the sword of origin to slash out this move. Its might was a full 20% stronger than usual, instantly shocking everyone. A scream was immediately heard. The weapon in Sun Chong's hand was broken by the shocking wind sword, and he was penetrated by several sword auras. He fell from the top of the cave and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he died on the spot. You actually dare to kill! Xiao Yun screamed. Idiot! Another sword chi attacked, and it went straight for Xiao Yun's face. This sword scared Xiao Yun to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. Fortunately, Zhan Feng was beside her. The long spear in his hand shook, and the sword chi was shattered, saving Xiao Yun. At this moment, Lin Tian had already reached the top of the cave, and he glanced at everyone indifferently. Looking at Lin Tian, Zhan Feng and the others' faces became extremely gloomy. How did you do it? Zhan Feng said in a deep voice. Guess. Lin Tian looked at him indifferently. Such words, coupled with Lin Tian's indifferent expression, made Zhan Feng's face even more gloomy. Don't be too proud! So what if you rushed up? So what if you killed Sun Chong? Now that you're facing the 4 of us at the same time, do you think you have a chance of winning? It's still a dead end. You're just making us spend more effort. You're quite confident. Lin Tian mocked. I'm just stating a fact. Zhan Feng said coldly. Is that so? Lin Tian stared at Zhan Feng evilly and said, If I tell you that from the first time I saw you, I knew that you wanted to deal with me, and I purposely followed you here, would you still think the same? Hearing this, Zhan Feng's face changed, and the others were also moved. What did you say? Zhan Feng's face was gloomy. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled. After saying this, he stepped forward, and the long sword in his hand slashed at the 5 people opposite him. Let's go down first. We can't use our strength here. Zhan Feng shouted. Hearing Zhan Feng's words, Yishang and the others nodded and jumped down together, toward the other side of the cave. The space at the top of the cave was somewhat narrow, and it did not allow them to attack Lin Tian together. Lightning sword! An indifferent voice sounded, like a comet streaking across the sky. Yishang, who was still in the air, let out a scream. His heart was pierced by Lin Tian's origin returning sword. Finally, the group of people landed on the ground. Looking at Yishang's corpse on the ground, Zhan Feng and the others' expressions became ugly, especially Xiao Yun, whose face became somewhat pale and could not help but tremble. They had set up an inescapable net to deal with Lin Tian, and originally thought that they could easily kill Lin Tian. But now, in such a short period of time, out of the 6 of them, 2 were killed by Lin Tiansha, and they were both killed in one strike, which made Xiao Yin somewhat fearful. Seems like you're not ranked second in the outer house by luck. Zhan Feng said solemnly. You talk too much. Lin Tiantan said, coldly. His body flashed, and the origin returning sword slashed down. Zhan Feng used the spear in his hand to meet the attack, and the spear and sword clashed, producing a loud clang. At this time, the sound of weapons rang out from the side. Ding and Ningyu attacked together. Ningyu held a low-grade spirit artifact light blade in his hand, and as for Dingin, he held a double-edged sword. Although it was not a spirit artifact, it was not much worse than a low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Tian pushed Zhan Feng away, and the origin returning sword blocked the light blade and then kicked Ding An's abdomen. With a pun sound, Dingin was sent flying and crashed into a large tree not far away. Good, good, good. Not bad, you have some strength. Zhan Feng said in a low voice. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Without strength, how would I dare to come to Hongmen alone and kill all of you? Staring at them, he had a cold smile on his face, calm and indifferent. Such an expression caused the faces of the few people to sink. Chapter 61. Redx. Zhan Feng's aura was very strong. He stood together with Ningyu and Dingin. 3 powerful auras spread out and pressed on Lin Tian. The 3 of them guarded 3 positions surrounding Lin Tian in the center. I've killed demonic beasts comparable to the divine vein realm. You guys are nothing. Lin Tian said coldly. Zhan Feng and the other 2 snorted. Naturally, they didn't believe him. Shameless boasting. Stop talking nonsense. If we drag this out, we'll be in trouble if we're discovered. Kill him as fast as you can. The 3 of them looked cold. Clanging sounds were endless. Spears, swords, and sabers. For a moment, powerful true core force intertwined. The sword in his hand is a middle-grade spirit weapon. It's much stronger than your weapons. Don't fight it head-on. Zhan Feng said in a deep voice, I'll charge the front and suppress him with my spirit spear. You 2 attack from the side. Okay. Ningyu and Dingin nodded. True core force surged. The next moment, the 3 of them pressed on Lin Tian at the same time. Zhan Feng waved the long spear in his hand. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, shooting out spear lights. High-grade, body-refining martial art, black cloud spear art. Have a try. Zhan Feng said coldly. Lin Tian didn't care. He waved the long sword in his hand and slashed forward. Moon-breaking sword. 1,000 spirit saber. At this moment, 2 other voices sounded from the left and right. Ningyu and Ding charged over. Although their auras were weaker than Zhan Feng's, it wasn't by much. Obviously, both of them had displayed high-grade body-refining martial arts. Go back, Lin Tianlung said indifferently. He turned the long sword in his hand, and the shocking wind sword was swung away. Clang! The ear-piercing sword whistled through the sky. This sword was stronger and faster than the previous one. There were also more sword shadows. Zhan Feng was blown away. The dense sword shadows collided with Ding and Ningyu's saber and sword light. The 3 of them shattered at the same time. Shocking wind sword art? You can actually break our high-grade body-refining martial art. Did you cultivate this sword art to greater mastery? Ding An's expression changed. The art of the shocking wind sword, which no one had been able to cultivate, was actually able to display such terrifying power in the hands of Lin Tian. With a cold snort, Lin Tianyi charged at Ding An like a bolt of lightning. Your opponent is me. Zhan Feng dodged and attacked Lin Tian with a spirit weapon. Fire fist. Get out of my way. Following a cold snort, the sky was instantly filled with resplendent flames. Petty tricks, Zhan Feng said coldly. Once the black cloud spear technique was unleashed, it defeated all the fire fists. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had already disappeared from his sight. His speed was like a ghost. It was also at this moment that 4 cold words resounded. Lightning sword. Like a bolt of lightning, a beam of light streaked across the space. Crack! Behind Zhan Feng, Ding An's double-edged sword snapped. He was still in the posture of swinging his sword, but a glaring wound appeared on his neck as he fell to the ground with a thump. The lightning sword was like a bolt of lightning. It was a one-hit kill. After reaching the second stage of the yin-yang steps, Lin Tian's speed became even faster. Naturally, he was able to use the lightning sword more smoothly. He killed Ding En, who was in the 8th level of the body, refinement realm. Zhan Feng, Ningyu, and Xiao Yan's expressions all changed. What are you doing? The 5 of you, working together, can't even kill someone with a lower cultivation level than you. Xiao Yun shrieked. Lin Tian had killed 3 people in a row, which made her feel afraid. Don't worry. We've taken the money, so we'll naturally do it for you. Zhan Feng said in a low voice. Do it in hell. Lin Tiantan smiled. His figure flashed, and he approached Zhan Feng like a flicker of light. When he was 15 meters away from Zhan Feng, he leaped up and slashed out countless silver energy swords with the origin returning sword in his hand. Each of these energy swords contained the power of the wind, and the sound of the swords was ear-piercing. Zhan Feng's expression changed. He quickly retreated and met the attack with his spear. A good chance. Ningyu go. Zhan Feng shouted. 1,000 spirit saber. Ningyu shouted coldly. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Tian was in the air, he attacked from the other side. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I've been waiting for you. Lin Tian withdrew the energy, swords slashing at Zhan Feng. His right foot shook and he spun in the air. He charged at Ningyu at an even faster speed, and the origin returning sword mercilessly slashed out. Lightning sword! With a puff, blood splattered. Ningyu's throat was pierced. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian turned around and looked at Zhan Feng. You! Zhan Feng's expression changed, and he could not help but take a step back. Kill! Zhan Feng roared, and an even stronger aura erupted from his body. The spirit spear in his hand was pressed down like a stick, and the sky was filled with spear lights. When they hit Lin Tian, they stirred up a cloud of dust. Lin Tian flipped the sword in his hand and swung it away, shattering all the spear lights. With a whoosh, Lin Tian raised his head and was stunned. He saw that after Zhan Feng displayed a powerful attack, he turned around and fled in the direction of the martial house. Can you escape? Lin Tianlong laughed. His figure flashed, and he used the yin-yang steps. In just a few breaths, he caught up with Zhan Feng. Clang! A sword light fell and slashed in front of Zhan Feng. Lin Tian dodged from the side and kicked Zhan Feng in the chest, causing Zhan Feng to fly back in a sorry state. With a bang, Zhan Feng fell to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian held the origin returning sword in his hand and approached step by step. Brother Lin, have mercy. Zhan Feng cried out, Have mercy? Give me a reason to have mercy. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Zhan Feng trembled and took out the gold card from his arms. Aren't you short of money? There are 200,000 spirit coins in here. We'll split it half. No, I'll give you all of it. All of it. I only beg you to spare my life. After I kill you, this thing will naturally be mine. Lin Tianlong said indifferently. Zhan Feng's face turned pale and his body trembled. He thought for a moment and quickly said, You have a grudge with the Xiao family, right? As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you the spirit coins. Moreover, I'll help you deal with the Xiao family in the future. What do you think? I'm at the 8th level of the refinement realm. With such a person helping you, it'll be a great help, right? In the distance, Xiao Yan's face changed. Feng, what did you say? We paid you and you're actually like this. Xiao Yun screamed. Feng's face was pale. At this moment, how could he still listen to Xiao Yun's words? He only looked at Lin Tian pleadingly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng. After a while, the corner of his mouth raised, and he extended his left hand towards Feng. Feng was delighted and quickly reached out his right hand to grab Lin Tian's left hand. Pooh! A piercing pain came. Feng lowered his head and saw that Lin Tian's sword was stabbed into his chest. You! Staring at Lin Tian, Feng's eyes widened. I'm quite curious. Why are you grabbing my hand? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said. Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His head tilted and he died. Even after he died, his eyes were still wide open. Lin Tian pulled out the origin returning sword, turned around and forced Xiao Yin. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, Xiao Yin was instantly terrified. You! Don't come over! Stop! Retreating in a sorry state, Xiao Yun trembled as she took out a martial fusion rune scroll from her bosom. This is a treasure that Father bought from the E-Treasure Pavilion. It's a martial fusion rune scroll made by a rank 2 array manipulator. If you come any closer, I'll open the scroll and you'll die without a doubt. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and suddenly laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Xiao Yun said loudly. Lin Tian put away his wild laughter with great difficulty and once again rushed toward Xiao Yun. Unfortunately, the rank 2 array manipulator you spoke of is me. He smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's face changed. You! What did you say? Xiao Yun's lips trembled as if she heard the most terrifying thing in the world. You don't understand? Lin Tiandao said. Then I'll show you for free. He stretched out his left hand and a faint soul power surged. The martial fusion rune scroll in Xiao Yun's hand suddenly emitted light. Xiao Yun was so scared that she hurriedly threw it away. Almost at the same time she threw it, dense sword energy spread out and shattered a few boulders beside her. You! How did you? Staring at Lin Tian again, Xiao Yun's eyes were full of fear. Because I made it. Naturally, I can control it better. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, and he smiled evilly. Speaking of which, I still have to thank your father for spending 60,000 spirit coins to buy my things. Speaking of which, his face turned cold. However, that money originally belonged to my Lin family. Xiao Yun's face became incomparably pale. She kept trembling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Xiao Yun never would have thought that Lin Tian, who was weak and sickly a few months ago, would not only become a 9-star genius in a few months, enter the 9-sun martial house, and be ranked second in the outer house, but also become a second-stage array controller. A second-stage array controller. This was enough to make the entire Xiao family afraid and fearful. The man who was once looked down upon by her and the entire Xiao family had now grown to this step. Let me tell you another surprise. Lin Tian came in front of Xiao Yun and said, the property deed of the Lin family that was cheated by your Xiao family, as well as your Xiao family's property deed, are now in my hands. You understand what I mean, right? Now, I can destroy your Xiao family at any time and let your Xiao family live on the streets. What did you say? Xiao Yun lost her voice. Impossible. The Xiao family guards so much. How could you break in without being discovered? Moreover, the old house is the most secure. There are more than 10 locks in the front and back. In addition, there are guards guarding outside. Even if you can open the lock, you will definitely alarm the guards. You are lying. Lying. Lin Tian disdainfully said. That night, when you and your father Xiao Nan were plotting to kill me with 500,000 spirit coins, I was outside the house. Unfortunately, I heard everything. Of course. I did not expect you to spend an extra 100,000 spirit coins in the end. Do you still think I am lying when I say this? You, hearing this, Xiao Yun's face completely changed. At this moment, Xiao Yun was truly afraid. Her whole body was trembling. Xiao family, is it over? Come. The sound of a sword rang out, making Xiao Yun tremble again. Wait, don't kill me. Xiao Yun begged for mercy. Her eyes were full of fear. She said in a trembling voice, I was just confused for a moment. I beg you, Brother Tian, for the sake of our past relationship, please let me go. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything. Even that kind of thing, if you want, you can do it any time and anywhere. Looking at Lin Tian, Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with fear. She made a crying face. Brother Tian? Lin Tian's face was full of sarcasm. Shut your stinky mouth. Don't call me that, it sounds disgusting. Trash like you. Even a sow is better than you. Poof! Lin Tian mercilessly swung his sword. With a flash of blood, Xiao Yun's head flew out. Chapter 62. After glancing around indifferently, Lin Tian quickly moved. He found a gold spirit coin card from Zhan Feng and the other 4. Then he put away Zhan Feng's mid-grade spirit spear and Ning used low-grade spirit saber. 600,000 spirit coins, 1 mid-grade spirit weapon, and 1 low-grade spirit weapon. Ha! What a bountiful harvest! Lin Tianlong smiled. At this moment, wolf howls came from afar. Lin Tian raised his head and immediately felt a familiar demonic aura. Blood wolf pack? Their noses are really sharp. Lin Tian thought to himself. Without hesitation, Lin Tian quickly retreated and hid. Not long after, in the Class 2 demonic beast area, Lin Tian spent a lot of effort to find some huge banana leaves to wrap the spirit spear and spirit saber. Then he walked towards the Nanyang martial house. After returning to the martial house, Lin Tian immediately closed the door. The spirit spear and spirit saber must be sold as soon as possible. Lin Tian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian's heart moved. He could only go to the exchange pavilion for these items. Immediately, Lin Tian did not stay. After wrapping himself in a black robe, he directly left the martial house. When he arrived at the exchange pavilion, it was still very lively. Lin Tian moved and went directly to the inspection hall. You are the array manipulator from last time? The middle-aged man from the inspection hall stood up. That's me. Under the black robe, Lin Tian spoke and took out the spirit spear and spirit saber wrapped in cloth. Help me appraise these 2 items and immediately auction them off. Zhan Feng's spirit spear and Ning Yu's spirit saber were not unique. There were many similar grade and appearance weapons. Therefore, as long as these 2 items were sold, Lin Tian had nothing to worry about. The middle-aged man swept his gaze and was immediately shocked. Spirit weapon? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian and bowed slightly. Lord Pushi previously instructed me to invite you directly to the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor if you came. Little brother, please follow me. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He was quite familiar with Pushi. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Lin Tian quickly arrived at a room on the 2nd floor. Master Pushi, that little brother array controller from last time is here. The middle-aged man lightly knocked on the door. 2 breaths later, the door was pulled open. Pushi stood at the door with a smile on his face. He glanced at Lin Tian and said, Distinguished guest! Distinguished guests! Little brother, come in quickly. Sorry to disturb you, Lin Tian said politely. After sitting down, Pushi asked with a smile, Little brother, what brings you here today? Yes, we are here to auction 2 items. Lin Tian Dao. At this time, the middle-aged man also spoke and told them about the 2 spirit artifacts. Oh, a mid-grade spirit artifact and a low-grade spirit artifact. Ha 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 ha. Little brother, you're going to bring a lot of profit to my exchange pavilion this time. Hearing this, Pushi laughed, stood up, and said, Just in time, there is an auction before noon. Little brother, please wait a moment. This old man will inform Xen Yao immediately. Sorry to trouble you, Pushi. Lin Tiandao. Pushi waved his hand and said, You're giving money to my exchange pavilion. How is this troublesome? Haha. Pushi then personally delivered the 2 spirit artifacts to Xen Yao. Lin Tian waited in the room. Soon, he vaguely heard the noise coming from the auction house, and the word spirit artifact floated into his ears. After about an hour, the noise from the auction house gradually disappeared. It seemed that the auction had ended. In this way, another quarter of an hour passed quickly. Creak! The door of the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a familiar fragrance wafted from afar. Good brother, you're finally willing to come. Sister has been looking forward to seeing you. A charming voice sounded. Xen Yao had changed into a black dress today, and her slim figure was even more charming and moving. She was a peerless beauty. With charming steps, she walked directly to Lin Tian and looked into Lin Tian's eyes with a silly smile. Lin Tian coughed dryly and couldn't help but lean back a little. At this moment, Xen Yao's body was almost pressed against his. The seductive scent of her body entered the tip of his nose, and it really made him feel a little annoyed. Hee, brother is shy again. So cute. Xen Yao covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Tian, this damn seductress, calling him brother so smoothly. Aya, brother, what's wrong with you? Say something. Don't tell me you're mesmerized by sister? Xen Yao moved closer to Lin Tian. The seductive scent of her body floated in the air, and her curvaceous body exuded a mature charm. For any normal man, this scene was absolutely unbearable. If not for Lin Tian's strong will, he was afraid that he would have fallen for her. Cough! Miss. Pushi's dry cough sounded from behind. Xen Yao rolled her eyes and moved away from Lin Tian. So boring. However, after moving away, she leaned against Lin Tian's chair and didn't find another chair to sit on. Lin Tian, he was really not good at dealing with this seductress. If he had a choice, he would rather fight with the red-faced ghost. Not only him, but Pushi also felt a little helpless. Ignoring Xen Yao, Pushi sat down on the side and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Little brother, the spiritual weapons of the 2 sects have been sold for a total of 140,000 spirit coins. This time, the Yibao Pavilion will only take a small percentage. This is a card worth 100,000 spirit coins. With that, Pushi handed a gold card to Lin Tian. Thank you, Elder Pushi. Lin Tian Ondao. Hey. Xen Yao's dissatisfied voice sounded from the side. Brother, you're wrong. Sister spent a lot of effort to know that this thing was brought by you. You only thank Elder Pushi, and not sister? Under the black robe, Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly said, Thank you, sister. Miss Xen. Lin Tian was speechless. He was almost taken in by this seductress and called her sister. Hee, why don't you call me sister? It's more intimate. Xen Yao snickered. Lin Tian glanced at Xen Yao and thought to himself, this woman is really a huge disaster to men. Every move of hers is filled with seductiveness and charm. Even the Emperor of Northern Flame Country would probably be moved by her. Pushi looked at Lin Tian and said, Well, little brother is about to enter the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, right? And yes, Lin Tian did not hide it. Reaching the 8th layer of the body refinement realm at the age of 16, there are not many people since ancient times. Plus, you're a 3rd order array master. Little brother's talent is really amazing. Even in the Imperial City, there are not many people in the same generation who can compare to you. Pushi sighed. Elder Pushi is too kind. Lin Tian said modestly. Don't mention it, I'm just telling the truth. Pushi shook his head. In the guest hall, Lin Tian and Pushi chatted for about half an hour. Facing Pushi, Lin Tian did not feel the slightest pressure. It was countless times more relaxed than facing Xen Yao. I'm sorry to disturb you this time. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Half an hour later, Lin Tian got up and said goodbye. Hey, why are you leaving again? Little brother, do you have so many things to do? Xian Yao bent down, revealing a large area of snow-white chest and a seductive, deep cleavage. Could it be that little brother is afraid that sister will eat you? Lin Tian, he was indeed afraid of being eaten by this seductress. Hee, I won't tease little brother any more. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Xian Yao snickered again. In the afternoon auction, there is a good thing that little brother will be interested in. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly puzzled. What thing? Guess. Xian Yao winked at Lin Tian, looking even more charming and seductive. I can't guess. Lin Tian shook his head. Call me sister. Sister will tell you immediately. Lin Tian, Pooh sure couldn't stand it anymore and coughed dryly again. Miss? Xian Yao rolled her eyes and said mysteriously to Lin Tian, yesterday Yibao Pavilion received a stone ring. Stone ring? Lin Tian Wei was puzzled. What was there to be mysterious about? Hearing Lin Tian's tone, Xian Yao giggled. It seems that little brother doesn't know much about it. After a pause, Xian Yao said, this stone ring is said to be made of some kind of mysterious ore. There is a small space inside. Holding it, you can store a certain amount of things inside. You don't have to carry big and small bags with you. It's very convenient. Hearing this, Lin Tian Wei was shocked. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru. He was a little surprised. Xian Yao nodded and giggled. Something like that. However, it's a bit exaggerated to say that it contains Mount Sumeru. The space inside this stone ring is about 3 cubic meters. 3 cubic meters, that's not bad. Lin Tiandao, wearing a small stone ring on one's finger, was equivalent to carrying a 3 cubic meter storage space. It was very convenient and could indeed save the user a lot of trouble. Why? Little brother, are you tempted? Xian Yao smiled. Lin Tian didn't hide it and said yes, indeed. Thinking about it, if he had such a stone ring, then he wouldn't have to carry the long sword on his back. After putting it in the stone ring, he could easily carry the long sword with him wherever he went. Moreover, he could put a lot of formation scrolls into it to increase his trump cards. For example, after killing Zhan Feng today, he could easily put away the spirit spear and the spirit saber without spending a lot of effort to find banana leaves to hide the shape of the spear and the saber. This thing was indeed very valuable. Xian Yao and Pooh sure looked at each other and then giggled. Her beautiful face was almost pressed on Lin Tian's shoulder. She whispered, Little brother, do you want it? If you do, I can make the decision and sell it to you at a cheap price. Really? Lin Tianyi was happy. He really wanted this stone ring. Of course, I won't lie to you. How much? 700,000 spirit coins. Xian Yao said. Under the black robe, Lin Tianyi was shocked and subconsciously cried out, Damn! You're robbing me. Xian Yao and Pushi were both stunned as they stared blankly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, Well, 700,000 spirit coins is too expensive. Xian Yao snorted and pretended to be unhappy. She said, Good brother, do you think I'll be willing to sell it to you at a high price? If this thing were to be auctioned, the transaction value would be at least 1.5 million spirit coins. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly felt even more embarrassed. But then he was a little confused. Isn't this thing to be auctioned? Can it be sold to others directly? The owner doesn't have any objection? Chapter 63. Xian Yao and Pushi were not stupid. The Yibao Pavilion bought the stone ring for 700,000 spirit coins and sold it to Lin Tian at the original price. It seemed that they did not earn a single cent, or it could be said that they lost hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. However, if they could use these hundreds of thousands of spirit coins to get closer to this young genius, it was obviously more valuable. What do you think? Do you want it? Xian Yao giggled. Yes. Lin Tian did not hesitate. Although 700,000 spirit coins was a bit painful, the stone ring was worth this price. Oh, little brother, make it clear. Xian Yao's body leaned closer to Lin Tian. Her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Her voice was full of magnetic temptation. Little brother, do you want the stone ring or do you want sister? Lin Tian, this demoness. Xian Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, I won't tease little brother anymore. Swaying her charming body, Xian Yao walked into a cabinet in the room. Soon after, she took out a small wooden box. When she opened the wooden box, there was a small stone ring in the wooden box. It looked very simple, like a small stone ring. Pour in a certain amount of true yuan and use your mind to control it. Then you can store and take things out, Xian Yao said. After she finished speaking, Xian Yao handed the small wooden box to Lin Tian. After receiving the wooden box, Lin Tian wore the stone ring on his right hand's middle finger and carefully poured a strand of Zhan yuan into it. Immediately, a sound rang out in his mind as the scene of a small space suddenly appeared in his mind, and there was nothing in it. How is it? How do you feel? Xian Yao asked. Let me try. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's voice came out, holding the small wooden box with the stone ring in his right hand. Lin Tian moved his mind, and the small wooden box disappeared in his hand. Then, with a move of his mind, the small wooden box appeared in his right hand again. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. It was really magical. Lin Tian had 700,000 spirit coins on him. Immediately, he paid all of them to Puxi. Shao family's 600,000 spirit coins, plus the 100,000 spirit coins from Zhan Feng and Ning Yu's 2 spiritual weapons. It's exactly 700,000 spirit coins. This money came at the right time. Lin Tian thought to himself. Looking at the stone ring on his middle finger, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking of how to thank me? Xian Yao's voice rang in his ears. I will definitely thank you in the future. Lin Tian smiled. His mind was mature. He more or less knew why Xian Yao and Puxi treated him so well. Who needs you to thank me? Just remember that I treat you well. Xian Yao rolled her eyes at Lin Tian. I must remember. Lin Tian smiled. After staying in the Exchange Treasure Pavilion for another hour, Lin Tian stood up and said his goodbyes, returning to his residence in the Marshall House. When he arrived at the top of the pavilion, Lin Tian couldn't wait to test the stone ring again. He put the materials and other things in the pavilion into the stone ring one by one, and then took them out one by one. He only needed a single thought to retrieve items from his storage space, and this process made him feel exceptionally curious. With this little thing, it will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Lin Tian said with a smile. After putting the Guiyuan sword and a small dagger into the stone ring, Lin Tian took out the Lin family's property deed and the Shao family's property deed, smiled coldly, and put them into the stone ring. It's time to settle this with the Shao family, he said coldly to himself. After noon, Lin Tian walked through the streets of Fengjian City, wrapped in a black robe. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge mansion that was as luxurious as the Shao family. There were 2 big words engraved on the door at the top of the mansion: Qin Mansion. Qin Mansion was where the Qin family lived. Like the Shao family, the Qin family was also one of the famous merchants in Fengjian City. Of course, compared to the current Shao family, the Qin family was much worse. Stop! In front of the Qin Mansion, 2 strong guards came forward and blocked Lin Tian's path. Staring at Lin Tian wrapped in a black robe, the 2 strong men were vigilant. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he took out the array controller badge. This is... The 2 guards' expressions changed at the same time. As guards of the Qin family, they were both in the 2nd level of the body refining realm. so they naturally knew about the array controller badge. I want to see the head of the Qin family. Lin Tian lowered his voice and said. The two guards nodded and said respectfully, Okay. Please wait a moment. I'll go and report to the head of the family. With that, one of them quickly ran into the Qin mansion. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man walked in hurriedly. It was the head of the Qin family, Qin Luo. The visit of a second-level array controller was a big deal. Even the head of the Qin family didn't dare to neglect it. Sir, are you looking for me? Outside the mansion, Qin Luo looked at Lin Tian wrapped in a black robe and asked cautiously. Yes. Under the black robe, Lin Tian lowered his voice. Can we talk inside? Qin Luo was stunned and then nodded. Of course. Sir, please come in. Qin Luo said respectfully. Following Qin Luo, Lin Tian came to a luxurious main hall. Come on, bring the best Longjing tea. Qin Luo shouted outside. A second-level array controller came to visit. At this moment, Qin Luo's face was both excited and timid. No need. Under the black robe, Lin Tian lowered his voice and said, Head of the Qin family, close the door and don't let anyone disturb you. And don't let anyone get close to this room. I have something important to discuss with head of the Qin family. Qin Luo was slightly surprised and immediately nodded and quickly ordered according to Lin Tian's request. Squeak! Qin Luo closed the door tightly. Sir, is this okay? Qin Luo asked cautiously. A second-level array controller was a godlike existence for a wealthy merchant family like the Qin family. Qin Luo didn't dare to be careless at all. Lin Tian nodded, faced Qin Luo, and slowly took off his black robe. Opposite him, Qin Luo's pupils suddenly widened. Lin Tian, it's you. Qin Luo's face was full of shock, and then anger appeared in her eyes. What are you doing? Do you think the Qin family is a toy? The Lin family used to be the largest merchant family in Fengjian City, so Qin Luo naturally knew the young master of the Lin family. Head of the Xiao family, you changed your attitude quite quickly. Lin Tian said indifferently. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Qin Luo shouted. Aren't I a second-level array controller? Lin Tian sat down and still looked calm. Besides, I told you not to let anyone disturb me here. So I advise you again, you'd better keep your voice down. Second-level array controller. You. Where did you get a fake coat of arms to trick me? Qin Luo's face darkened. Fake coat of arms? Who dares to make a fake array controller coat of arms in Fengjian City? Lin Tian chuckled and said, Also, a month ago in the Yibao Pavilion, you and Xiaonan fought over the 3 martial fusion pattern scrolls. You should remember that I was the one who made those 3 martial fusion pattern scrolls. What? Hearing this, Qin Luo's face changed drastically. You don't believe me? Do you want me to demonstrate it to you on the spot? With that, Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the Longjing tea was sucked into his hand. Then he engraved a martial fusion pattern on a famous painting on the wall of the main hall. Of course, this martial fusion pattern had no effect at all. Sorry, I ruined your painting, Lin Tian said indifferently. You won't make me pay for it, right? Qin Luo widened her eyes, stared at the martial fusion pattern that Lin Tian engraved, and swallowed hard. Looking at Lin Tian again, Qin Luo's face was full of smiles. Well, nephew Lin, just now. Qin Luo's heart palpitated. After hearing Lin Tian say that he and Xiaonan fought over the martial fusion pattern, and seeing Lin Tian engrave the martial fusion pattern with the Longjing tea, although she didn't know much about array controllers, she no longer doubted Lin Tian in the slightest. The downtrodden young master of the Lin family was now a second-stage array controller. Unexpected. Nephew Lin has now achieved such brilliant achievements. I think he will definitely revive the Lin family in the future, Qin Luo said passionately. Lin Tianyi waved his hand. Okay, don't say false words. With a shake of his right hand, a scroll of parchment suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's right hand. This is... Qin Luo was shocked. Just now, there was nothing in Lin Tian's hand, but in the blink of an eye, a scroll of parchment appeared. For Qin Luo, this scene was really unbelievable. Immediately, she became more cautious of Lin Tian. Nephew Lin, this is... Qin Luo asked carefully. Lin Tian didn't speak. He raised his hand and threw the scroll to Qin Luo. Qin Luo took it, glanced at it, and suddenly her face changed again. The Shao family's house deed. Qin Luo's eyes widened. How could something so important to the Shao family be in Lin Tian's hands? She glanced at it, and then her face changed again. The owner of the house deed was actually Lin Shi. This was obviously the Shao family's house deed. Surprised, Lin Tian's voice was calm. Look at these again. He raised his hand, and a thick stack of property deeds flew out. Lin's wood, Lin's horse farm, Lin's jade, Lin's jewelry, Zhao's real estate, Zhao's animal husbandry, Zhao's fishery. Qin Luo's hands trembled as she flipped through nearly 20 property deeds, one by one. Then she found that the last owner of these property deeds was the name Lin Shi. Lin Shi, Lin Tian's sister. Qin Luo naturally knew her. This, you are. Qin Luo's face was aghast, and her hands were shaking. As the master of the Qin family, such a rich business family, she naturally understood what these property deeds meant. This meant that now Lin Shi know. Lin Tian was the real master of the Shao family. The lifeline of the Shao family was now completely in the hands of Lin Tian. You should understand. Lin Tian looked at Qin Luo. So, how about cooperating with me and playing a game together? Game? What game? Qin Luo said in a trembling voice. She was a big shot in Fengjian City, more than 30 years older than Lin Tian. But at this moment, facing Lin Tian, Qin Luo, the master of the Qin family, looked frightened. Chapter 64. Redx, what? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Qin Luo's face changed greatly, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Go destroy the Shao family. Lin Tian glanced at Qin Luo indifferently. Nervous? Scared? Or excited? Well, Qin Luo blushed. But she had fantasized about the destruction of the Shao family countless times. But at this moment, when she heard the words destroy the Shao family from Lin Tian, Qin Luo was frightened and her face was full of horror. But what? Lin Tian said indifferently. Looking at Lin Tian, Qin Luo said cautiously, the Qin family and the Shao family have no grudge against each other. If we go destroy the Shao family now, it seems a little unjustified. Lin Tian looked at Qin Luo meaningfully and then smiled faintly. You'll get the justification you want. Lin Tiandao said, after destroying the Shao family, the properties of the Shao family and the Lin family will be handed over to the Qin family to manage. The Qin family will get 20% of the profits, and I'll get 80%. Are you satisfied with this cooperation? Qin Luo's eyes widened, and she stared at Lin Tian. Not satisfied. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Yes. Qin Luo nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, let's do as you say. The Shao family and the Lin family had nearly 20 properties in total, and they were all developing well. With 20 properties combined, even if the profit was only 20%, it was still an amazing amount. Although the Qin family would have to spend a lot of effort to manage them, it was absolutely worth it for the 20% profit. Then, shall we go to the Shao family now? Qin Luo asked tentatively. Lin Tian shook his head. No hurry. Summon the capable people of the Qin family. Take these property deeds to the locations of the properties and take them over first. With that, Lin Tian handed all the property deeds except the Xiao family's property deeds to Qin Luo. With the property deeds in hand, it won't take long with the capable people of the Qin family, will it? Nephew Lin, don't worry. With the property deeds, for hours will be enough. Qin Luo said seriously. All right, go then. I'll wait here. After you're done with everything, we'll head to the Xiao clan. Lin Tan said coldly. Qin Luo nodded heavily and pushed open the door with a creak. Men, Qin Luo shouted. Outside the door, many Qin family members quickly gathered. Judging from the standard of an ordinary person, these people's spirits were astonishing. They were obviously the elites of the Qin family. Under Qin Luo's instructions, these people formed a team of 3. Then each of them held a title deed and quickly retreated without any hesitation. Qin Luo walked back to the room. Nephew Lin, let's wait for the good news. Lin Tian nodded. The Qin clan servants brought over new Longjing tea and some snacks. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Reporting to the patriarch, the takeover of Lin's wood industry has been completed. A Qin family disciple came to report. In the room, Lin Tian nodded with a calm expression. Qin Luo waved her hand at the door, and the disciple of the Qin family quickly left. Reporting to the patriarch, Lin's jade artifacts have been received. Reporting to the patriarch, Lin's horse farm has been taken over. Reporting to the patriarch, Zhao's fishing industry has been taken over. Reporting to the patriarch, Lin's jewelry has been taken over. Reporting to the patriarch, Zhao's real estate has been taken over. One by one, the disciples of the Qin family came to report. In the blink of an eye, most of the properties of the Lin and Xiao families were taken over. Hearing these voices, Qin Luo looked calm, but her heart was extremely excited and trembling slightly. These properties would be completely managed by the Qin family in the future, and 20% of the profits would belong to the Qin family. This was a huge profit. At this moment, Lin Tian stood up. It's time, Patriarch Qin. Let's go to the Xiao family and settle this. Lin Tian Dao. He handed Qin Luo the last deed, the deed of the Xiao family. Taking the deed, Qin Luo was even more excited. Let's go. Qin Luo said, Nephew Lin, you go first. Qin Luo didn't dare to be careless with Lin Tian, a second-stage array controller. Today, it's in the name of the Qin family. I'm just following you, so you go first. Lin Tiandao. At this moment, he had put on the black robe again. The Xiao family, Xiao Nan sat in the main hall of the Xiao family, frowning and tapping the table with his right hand. It had been a day since he asked Xiao Yun to find someone to kill Lin Tian. Last night, Xiao Yun didn't come back, and he couldn't get in touch with her, which made Xiao Nan a little worried. Vaguely, an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Patriarch, something bad happened. Something bad happened. An anxious voice sounded. Outside the main hall, a Xiao family disciple staggered in. How dare you? What do you think you're doing? Xiao Nan was in a bad mood. Seeing the servant rushing into the main hall in such a panic, anger appeared on his face. Patriarch, something bad happened. Something bad happened. The Xiao family disciple said in a trembling voice. Our Xiao family's fishing industry was taken away by someone else. What? Xiao Nan's face changed, and then he scolded. Nonsense! Who can casually take away our Xiao family's fishing industry? Do you think the people who supervise the fishing industry are idiots? Where did this rumor come from? Casually spreading it to the main house. Don't you know how bad of an impact it will have? No, Patriarch, this is true. The receiver, the other party, has the fishing industry contract. The Xiao family disciple said. Hearing this, Xiao Nan became even angrier. Fishing industry contract? Nonsense, the fishing industry contract is... At this moment, another person rushed in a panic. Patriarch! Something bad happened. Lin family's wood industry was taken over by someone else. Patriarch, Lin family's jade artifacts were taken over. Patriarch, Shao family's real estate was. Lin family's horse farm was taken over. Patriarch, what should we do? One by one, the Shao family disciples rushed in, bringing the same news as the first Shao family disciple. Someone took over the Shao family's industry with a fishing industry contract, which made Shao Nan tremble. Impossible! Shao Nan roared. Quickly walking out of the main hall, Shao Nan came to the old house. Patriarch, the two guards guarding the old house hurriedly saluted. Out of the way! Shao Nan shouted. He pushed the two guards aside, opened the 8 locks of the iron door, and then opened the wooden box in the deepest part. In an instant, Shao Nan was stunned. The Lin family's and Shao family's property contracts in the box were all gone. Damn it! What's going on? Rushing out of the old house, Shao Nan grabbed the collars of the 2 guards. How did you guard this place? Someone stole the most important thing of our Shao family, and you didn't even report it. Patriarch, this. Everything was normal during this period. One of the guards said in a trembling voice. Shao Nan's aura at this moment made the 2 guards feel a wave of fear. Normal? If it's normal, why did my Shao family's property contracts disappear? Shao Nan roared. The 2 guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. The Shao family's property contracts were lost? Even they knew very well what this meant, and they immediately began to tremble. Get lost! Shao Nan threw the 2 guards away, gathered his men, and walked outside. The Shao family's industry was taken over by someone else, and the Lin family's industry was also taken over. Such a big matter, he had to come personally. Shao Nan led a group of people to the Shao family's courtyard. At this moment, the Shao family's front door was pushed open, and a burst of laughter sounded. Brother Shao, how have you been? Qin Luo walked in, followed by Lin Tian in a black robe. Behind them were 2 teams of capable guards, almost all of whom were in the first sky of body refining realm. The 2 guards at the front were even stronger and in the 3rd sky of body refining realm. Under the black robe, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Shao Nan with a cold smile on his lips. Qin Luo, what are you doing here? That's what I mean. Shao Nan's face was cold. Qin Luo was not alone, but with a group of guards. Obviously, she was not here to visit. Nothing. I'm here to take back the last thing. Qin Luo smiled. This is my Shao family. There's nothing you want to take back. Shao Nan said coldly. Suddenly, he thought of the takeover of his industries, and his face suddenly changed. It's you. Haha, it's me. Qin Luo nodded, naturally understanding what Shao Nan was talking about. After speaking, Qin Luo reached out and took out a sheepskin scroll from her arms. Seeing this sheepskin scroll, Shao Nan and all the disciples of the Shao family behind him all changed their expressions. It was obviously the property deed of the Shao family, but when they looked down, the signature was not Shao Nan's but Lin Shi's. With a faint smile, Qin Luo said, See, Master Shao? From now on, this mansion and everything in it no longer belong to the Shao family, but to the little princess of the Lin family, Lin Shi. I was entrusted by the master of the Lin family to take back this mansion. I hope Master Shao can cooperate with me. The Lin family, Lin Shi. How is that possible? Shao Nan's face was gloomy. Qin Luo, it's you who stole the property deed of the Shao family and changed the ownership of the property deed in the name of the Lin family. How dare you? Master Shao, what are you talking about? Who doesn't know that the Shao family guards Fengjian City so tightly that even a fly can't fly in? How could I steal the property deed of the Shao family? Don't flatter me. It's written clearly in black and white on this property deed. Master Shao, you'd better cooperate. By the way, the Qin family has taken back the other properties of the Lin and Shao families. Master Shao, you don't have to worry. Qin Luo said. staring at the property deed of the Xiao family in Qin Luo's hand. Xiao Nan's face was extremely gloomy. Qin Luo didn't care. She waved her hand and said to the two groups of people behind her, "Come, take over the Xiao family." "Yes, master." The two groups of people responded and moved together. The two guard captains led their subordinates and rushed straight into the Xiao family. "Who dares to mess around in the Xiao family?" A cold shout sounded. Xiao Nan suddenly exploded and hit a guard captain of the Qin family with his palm. The guard captain was sent flying and hit a huge rock not far away. He vomited blood and died on the spot. Such a scene made everyone's expression change. "You!" Qin Luo was shocked. The dead guard captain of the Qin family was at the 3rd level of the refinement realm, but he was killed by Xiao Nan with one blow. "Xiao Nan, you actually—" Xiao Nan snorted and released his aura, causing the other guards of the Qin family to tremble. 8th level of the refinement realm. A guard trembled. "Qin Luo, you're good. You've got guts. If I don't make you pay today, you won't know how I made the Xiao family the #1 Shang family in Fengjian City." Xiao Nan said coldly. Xiao Nan moved and almost instantly appeared in front of Qin Luo. He pressed his hand down and grabbed at Qin Luo. Right at this moment, another hand shot out like a bolt of lightning and grabbed Xiao Nan's wrist. "I didn't expect the master of the Xiao family, Xiao Nan, to be an adept at the 8th level of the refinement realm. You hit it well." Under the black robe, Lin Tianling laughed. Chapter 65. Xiao Nan was startled, not only because the man in the black robe had grabbed his wrist, but also because he was very familiar with the voice coming from under the black robe. "Who are you?" Xiao Nan shouted. "Me." Lin Tiantan smiled. "Am I not the person you spent 600,000 spirit coins to kill?" "What?" Xiao Nan's face changed dramatically, and he instantly guessed who the man in the black robe was. Without hesitation, Xiao Nan raised his left hand and slapped down at Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted coldly and raised his leg to kick. Bang! Xiao Nan was kicked in the abdomen and flew out in a sorry state, landing on the ground with a bang. "Master!" The faces of the Xiao family's disciples and servants all changed. Some wanted to rush up, but the two teams of guards of the Qin family were not just for show. Their swords and spears flashed coldly and were aimed at everyone. Qin Luo stood behind Lin Tian, her heart palpitating. The captain of the guards of the Qin family at the 3rd firmament of the body refining realm was killed by Xiao Nan with one slap, but now Lin Tian had sent Xiao Nan flying with one kick. How powerful was he? Xiao Nan coughed and stood up, clutching his chest. "You!" Staring at Lin Tian, Xiao Nan's face was extremely gloomy. Under the black robe, Lin Tianling smiled. "Do you want to ask why I'm still alive?" Staring at Xiao Nan's ugly face, Lin Tiantan said indifferently, "Because the people who came to kill me are all dead." Xiao Nan's face changed dramatically. "All dead? Where's Yin? Where's my daughter?" "In hell," Lin Tiantan said indifferently. You. Xiao Nan was shocked and angry. "You killed her." "She wanted to kill me, so I killed her. Isn't it fair?" Lin Tiantan smiled. "You beast!" Xiao Nan was extremely angry. His chest heaved up and down violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. "You two had been together for several years, and you actually killed her. Why are you so vicious?" "Feelings?" Lin Tian laughed. "For 2 years you took advantage of my kindness to her and took away all the property of my Lin family. More than 2 months ago, you colluded with Mo's son to throw me off the cliff. A few days ago, you bribed others to kill me. You still have the face to mention the word feelings in front of me? Aren't you a bit too thick-skinned?" Hearing this, Xiao Nan's face instantly became incomparably livid. Xiao Nan's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly and roared at the sky. "No matter what, I must kill you today and offer you as a sacrifice to Yun'er's soul in heaven." He only had one daughter, and he usually doted on her. But now she had died just like that. At this moment, he hated Lin Tian to the bone. Boom! A wild and domineering aura rushed out of Xiao Nan's body. Xiao Nan roared furiously as a layer of golden light surged out from his palms. It seemed as if lightning was interwoven together as he fiercely slapped towards Lin Tian. Cotton candy such might instantly shocked everyone. This seems to be a middle-grade body refinement martial skill. How can this Xiao Nan know such a martial skill? Could it be that he used to be a disciple of the Nine Sons' martial house? The Qin clan guards were shocked. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He instantly recognized the palm technique that Xiao Nan had used. It was indeed a middle-grade body refinement martial skill. He had seen it before in the martial scripture pavilion of the Nine Sons' martial house. It was called the Golden Peak Palm. Cultivating this martial skill would make one's palms as hard as gold. Die, you bastard! Xiao Nan roared. Lin Tian smiled. I don't understand. What right do you have to be angry? He took a step forward and directly swung his right fist. The fist and the palm collided. With a crack, Xiao Nan trembled as the bones in his hand were shattered. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Xiao Nan in the chest again, sending him flying again. During this period of time, he had not wasted his time in the Wild Waves formation. His body had already been tempered to an incomparably strong state. His pure physical strength was comparable to a 9th-level body refinement realm expert. Although Xiao Nan had cultivated the Golden Peak Palm, he was definitely not a match for Lin Tian. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around. So strong! The Qin clan guards were shocked. Xiao Nan, who was at the 8th level of body refinement realm, was actually forced back by a punch and a kick after using a middle-grade body refinement realm martial skill. How strong was Lin Tian's combat strength? On the other side, the faces of the Xiao clan disciples were deathly pale. Ma, patriarch, someone trembled. The powerful patriarch of the Xiao clan, who was usually so dignified, was actually so weak at this moment. Xiao Nan fell to the ground. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Xiao Nan was shocked and angry. He had cultivated for decades, but now he could not compare to a 16-year-old youth. Xiao Nan struggled to stand up. His face was filled with disbelief. Swoosh! In almost an instant, Lin Tian appeared in front of Xiao Nan and slapped him. With a bang, Xiao Nan was sent flying and landed in a corner of the courtyard. Patriarch! Some of the Xiao clan disciples were anxious. However, with the Qin clan guards blocking their way, it was useless for them to be anxious. Lin Tian completely ignored everyone and indifferently walked toward Xiao Nan. Before Xiao Nan could stand up, he raised his leg and kicked, sending Xiao Nan flying again and vomiting blood. Do you think the Lin clan's property is so easy to swallow? After this kick, Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. He once again pressed towards where Xiao Nan landed. For the past 2 years, Lin, she has been wronged by your Xiao clan. Do you think I will forget? With a bang, Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Xiao Nan's head. This kick was too fierce. Even though Xiao Nan's cultivation was at the 8th level of body refinement realm, he could not help but scream. Lin Tianyi stepped forward and arrived beside Xiao Nan. He stepped on Xiao Nan's chest. This kick directly broke one of Xiao Nan's ribs. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Tian looked down at Xiao Nan. 9 days ago, when you and that bitch Xiao Yun conspired to kill me, I just happened to be outside the door. After a pause, Lin Tian continued. It was also that night that I took back all the property deeds of the Lin and Xiao clans. You never imagined this scene, right? It was you. Xiao Nan's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with shock. You must have the same suspicions as that bitch Xiao Yin. Your Xiao family is heavily guarded, and I'm all alone. How could I sneak into your Shao family without anyone noticing and take away all the property deeds, right? Under the black robe, Lin Tian smiled cruelly. He lowered his voice and said, I'll tell you for free. I am a formation manipulator. The 3 martial fusion inscription scrolls you bought from the exchange pavilion last time were made by me. The one who bid against you and forced you to pay a high price was also me. Formation manipulators have many methods. It really isn't hard to inscribe some inscriptions and sneak into your Shao clan. You, bang! Lin Tian swung his fist and punched Shao Nan's chest. Shao Nan screamed and spat out another mouthful of blood. Do you know why I told you and that bitch Xiaoyan all this at the same time? It's very simple. To make you feel despair, to make you feel regret. Looking down at Shao Nan, Lin Tianling smiled. Offending a second stage formation manipulator, isn't it very scary? This second stage. No, more accurately speaking, this third stage formation manipulator could have been on your side. But now you've forced him to become your enemy. Do you regret it? Shao Nan's eyes widened. You. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At this moment, Shao Nan's face was filled with anger. But more than that, he felt regret and despair. Offending a formation manipulator was definitely a nightmare, especially since this terrifying formation manipulator was originally going to be his Shao clan's son-in-law. But now he had become his enemy. Shao Nan trembled. Regret, despair, unwillingness. All kinds of emotions instantly filled his heart. Lin Tian stomped down with his foot and looked down at Shao Nan as he said, From today onward, your Shao clan will cease to exist, and it will be completely removed from Supervisor Feng City. All the disciples of the Shao clan will have to live on the streets. Are you unwilling to accept this? Unfortunately, it's useless even if you are unwilling. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Tiandao said, Finally, let me hear your last words. Shao Nan's body trembled. Fear appeared in his eyes. Let me go, Shao Nan said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian's words carried an obvious killing intent. It made Shao Nan feel cold all over. Let you go? Lin Tian sneered. You and that little TCH plotted to kill me. Now you're begging me to let you go. Do you think I'm that kind of naive idiot? No, don't, Shao Nan was terrified. Lin Tian squatted down. A bright dagger suddenly appeared in his right hand. Goodbye. With a puff, the dagger directly stabbed into Shao Nan's heart. Shao Nan stared fixedly at Lin Tian. Finally, his neck slumped and he breathed his last. With a cold snort, Lin Tian stood up. When the members of the Qin clan and Shao clan saw this scene, their faces turned pale. He's dead. Qin Luo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The master of the Shao clan, an expert at the 8th level of the refinement realm, was killed so easily. Clan master. A Shao clan disciple trembled and said. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the Shao clan disciples here. A silver light flashed in his left hand, and streaks of soul light quickly entered the bodies of all the Shao clan disciples. He lowered his voice and said coldly, I've left a mark in all of your bodies. When you go out, you'd better not mention me. Otherwise, you'll end up like Shao Nan. Although Lin Tian had a grudge against the Shao clan, he was far from slaughtering the entire Shao clan. However, if what happened today really spread out, it would more or less affect him. Therefore, he could only use this method to threaten these people. He believed that these people of the Shao clan were not afraid of death. The Shao clan disciples trembled, their faces full of fear. No, someone said in horror. Lin Tian's face was indifferent. He stepped forward and came to Qin Luo. Nephew, you. Qin Luo was very careful. Having seen Lin Tian's methods with his own eyes, Qin Luo was extremely afraid of Lin Tian. Shao Nan ignored the black and white words on the property deed and cruelly killed a guard captain of the Qin clan in a dispute. Then, a guard of the Qin clan accidentally killed Xiao Nan in self-defense. You know what to do, right? Yes, yes. Qin Luo nodded quickly. From now on, all the properties of the Lin and Xiao clans, including this mansion, will belong to the Qin clan. The Xiao clan's current property and the future income of the Lin and Xiao clans will be 20% for your Qin clan and 80% for me. Let's do it this way. Lin Tian said indifferently. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't play any tricks in the future. Or Qin Luo felt a chill down his spine and shook his head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. Nephew, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would never dare to play any tricks behind your back. He didn't dare to offend a second-level array manipulator who could easily kill an expert at the 8th level of the refinement realm, unless he was stupid or crazy. That would be best. Lin Tiantan smiled and brushed past Qin Luo. He pushed open the gate of the Xiao clan and walked out, leaving only a wicked voice floating into Qin Luo's ears. Happy cooperation. Chapter 66. In the afternoon, the sky was still bright, and the sun hadn't set yet. At this time, a voice spread through the entire Fengjian city. The Xiao family is despicable and shameless. They had the help of the head of the Lin family, but they were ungrateful and took over the Lin family's property. I was once indebted to my old friend. Now that the Xiao family has been destroyed, the Qin family will take over the Lin family's property. These properties will still belong to the Lin family, and the Qin family will only help to take care of them. Hearing this, the whole Fengjian city was shocked. What happened? The Xiao family has been destroyed? How is that possible? That's the #1 business family in Fengjian city. How could it be destroyed so easily? Exactly. Who is spreading rumors in the name of the Qin family? How dare they? Everyone was surprised. In Fengjian city, almost no one believed this voice, but many people still came to the Xiao family's mansion. Then they saw the Qin family's people going in and out of the Xiao family's mansion, carrying many things back and forth. Why is the Qin family in the Xiao family? Is it true? Has the Xiao family really been destroyed? Many people were shocked. Isn't that the young master of the Xiao family? Why does he look like he's lost his soul? He's also a disciple of the Xiao family, but he's carrying a bag. Is he running away? Many people stared. Then, when someone saw Qin Luo walk into the Xiao family's mansion, no one doubted it anymore. The Xiao family had been destroyed unknowingly. The Xiao family was destroyed just like that. It seems that the Qin family has been hiding very well these years. Yes, I think the Qin family has been under the Xiao family all these years just for this day. I don't know how much they've prepared in secret. Didn't they say that they were indebted to the Lin family and helped them manage their property? Humph, how can you believe that? The Xiao family used to say the same thing. They're just using the Lin family's name to prove themselves. Of course, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it has nothing to do with people like us. Many people were talking about it. On this day, in a short period of time, the news of the Xiao clan's annihilation spread like wildfire, spreading to every corner of Fengjian city in the blink of an eye. All the forces were surprised. In the exchange treasure pavilion, Xianyao and Pushi's eyes lit up. That little guy said that he had something to do, and then the Xiao clan was destroyed in a few hours. Could it be? Xianyao pondered and said, Elder Pu, what do you think is the possibility that he did it? Although the Xiao clan is not worth mentioning, it is impossible for an ordinary person to destroy it in such a short period of time. At the very least, there will be rumors before it is destroyed. Pushi clasped his hands behind his back and said, However, if it's an array manipulator, then it's a different story. This kind of person has many tricks up his sleeve. Elder Pu, you mean the same thing as Xianyao? Xianyao said, Previously, you also said that that person seems to have a grudge with the Xiao clan. I think it's him. Pu sure nodded his head. Other than this person, No one else in Fengji City can do this silently. It's impossible for a mere Qin clan to do this. This Qin clan is probably just that little brother's spokesperson on the surface. Interesting. I really like this little guy more and more. Xian Yao narrowed her eyes. Fengji City was in an uproar. At this moment, Lin Tian had already returned to his residence in the martial house. I have to cultivate quickly, Lin Tian muttered to himself. The destruction of the Shao clan made Lin Tian feel much better in his heart. However, he would not absurdly stop cultivating because of this. He went to the top pavilion and began to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. Soon he finished 3 spirit gathering runes. He was now a 3rd stage array manipulator, so inscribing spirit gathering runes was naturally a piece of cake. After inscribing the spirit gathering runes, Lin Tian did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he went down to the top pavilion to rest. On this day, he first fought with Zhan Feng and the others. Then he ran to the exchange treasure pavilion and the Shao clan. Even he was a little tired. There were still about 6 hours before midnight. He decided to rest until midnight before waking up to cultivate the level 4 scripture. At that time, the stars would be in the sky. It was the best time to cultivate the level 4 scripture. Brother, the food is ready. Do you want to eat now? After walking down from the top pavilion, Lin Shi's voice sounded. Lin Tian was originally going to rest, but after hearing Lin Shi's voice, he smiled and walked over. In the middle of the room, there was a small wooden table with chicken soup, vegetables, and rice. Steam was rising from the table. Lin Tian walked over and sat down. Ever since he earned his first sum of spirit coins by fusing martial runes, the siblings' lives had improved by a lot. In addition, Lin Shi's culinary skills were not bad. Thus, their daily meals were even more delicious. Shao Shi, the Shao clan, has closed down. Lin Tian smiled. For the past 2 years, she had been oppressed by the Shao clan. She had also suffered a lot. He wanted to make Lin Shi happy. Oh, Lin Shi nodded and carefully scooped a bowl of fresh soup for Lin Tian. Oh, Lin Tian stared at Lin Shi curiously. Was it over with just an oh? Lin Shi looked left and right and said, Brother, what's wrong? Lin Tianwei was stunned and hurriedly said, Nothing, nothing. Looking at this well-behaved little girl, Lin Tian realized that she had never cared about these things. This made him feel a little sad. He only knew how to take revenge for revenge. However, Lin Shi's mind was clean enough to forget these grudges. After a pause, he said softly, By the way, Shao Shi, are you used to this place? And I'm used to it. As long as I'm with you, I'm used to going anywhere. Lin Shi nodded. Her little face was full of sweet smiles, but then she whispered, That's right, that's right. Brother is usually so busy. Lin Tianwei was stunned and then felt a little guilty. Speaking of which, during this time, he really didn't spend much time with Lin Shi. Or rather, he didn't spend time with Lin Shi at all. As a brother, this was indeed a little dereliction of duty. After all, the brother and sister were now each other's only family. I'm sorry, Shaoxi. Gently rubbing Lin Shi's little head, Lin Tian said softly, When I'm not busy, I'll definitely take Shaoxi out to play, okay? Right now, his cultivation was still low. It was not good for him to walk out of the martial house openly. The Mo family was eyeing him covetously. In addition, there was only a month left until his battle with Zhou Hao. During this month, he had to work hard to increase his cultivation. Therefore, in summary, it was indeed difficult for him to have time to accompany Lin Shi. At the very least, it was impossible for him to do so within this month. Really? Lin Shi was pleasantly surprised. Really, brother will lie to anyone, but Shao Shi. Lin Tian smiled. Lin Shi was happy. After thinking, she said cutely, It's not good to lie to others. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. After the meal, Lin Tian asked Lin Shi to rest. He cleaned up the dishes and went back to his room to catch up on sleep. Night soon covered the earth. Soon, stars flashed in the sky. As time passed, the number of stars increased and the starlight became thicker. The whole world was covered in a layer of starlight. Lin Tian woke up and stretched his body. Then he went to the top pavilion. Looking at the thick starlight in the sky, Lin Tian opened a spirit-gathering rune scroll. After taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the 4 extreme meridians. He used his true core force to guide the power of the stars and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into his organs. The intense pain assaulted him just like in the past, but after experiencing this pain several times, Lin Tian was already very calm. Buzz! A faint silver light flashed. Gradually, the sound of thunder came out of his body. Lin Tian silently endured the pain of refining his body and circulated the 4 extreme meridians over and over again. He only stopped at dawn. Walking down from the top pavilion, he washed up and rested for 4 hours. Then he returned to the top pavilion to cultivate again. During the day, when there were no stars, he only cultivated with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Time passed quickly. Very soon, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, other than resting and eating, Lin Tian spent the rest of his time cultivating the 4 extreme meridians in the top pavilion. It was very boring, but this was how cultivation was. If one wanted to become stronger, how could they be afraid of boredom? Boom! On this day, a vast aura emerged in the top pavilion. The silver light illuminated the dark top pavilion in an instant. Then it quickly dimmed again. Lin Tian stood up and clenched his fist lightly. His bones cracked. I finally reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Half a month ago, he was already at the peak of the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Now, after 3 days of boring cultivation, it was normal for him to enter the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Of course, during this process, the spirit gathering rune played a key role. This rune allowed his cultivation speed to increase by at least 2 times. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to reach the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Clenching his fist again, Lin Tian felt that his body was filled with energy. His heartbeat was stronger and his breathing was smoother. He did a small experiment. When he was at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, he could hold his breath for 15 minutes. Now, after reaching the 8th level of the body refinement realm, he could hold his breath for a full hour. This meant that his inner breath was 2 times stronger. Inner breath was closely related to the internal organs. The stronger the inner breath, the stronger the internal organs, and the longer the battle. In other words, after reaching the 8th level of the body refinement realm, his current battle prowess was at least 2 times stronger than when he was at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. 8th level of the body refinement realm. Oh, I should go and choose a high-grade body refinement realm martial technique. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In fact, when he reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm, he could have gone to the martial pavilion to choose a high-grade body refinement realm martial technique. However, because of some matters, he was delayed. Standing up and tidying up his clothes, Lin Tian walked down from the top floor. Holding his identity jade token, he went to the disciple pavilion and updated his identity information under the guidance of the disciple pavilion's deacon. After that, he went to the martial pavilion, an 8th level of the body refinement realm. After receiving Lin Tian's identity jade token and checking it with his true essence, the martial pavilion elder suddenly revealed a surprised expression. He sized Lin Tian up with some astonishment. The last time Lin Tian came here to choose a martial technique, he was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Now, after 2 months, Lin Tian actually reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. This cultivation speed shocked the martial pavilion elder. Good. As expected of a 9-star talent monster. The martial pavilion elder looked at Lin Tian with a face full of admiration. He returned the identity jade token and said, "Go to the 2nd floor." You can choose any high-grade body, refinement realm martial technique. As for the time, I won't give you a time limit. Take your time. Chapter 67. In this world, martial arts reign supreme. Many places spoke with strength, and the Nine-Yang martial house was no exception. Lin Tian's aptitude was astonishing, and his cultivation speed was monstrous. Naturally, he had a back door. This was normal. After a slight pause, Lin Tian quickly understood. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder." Generally speaking, martial house disciples had a time limit of 2 hours to choose a martial skill. Now that he did not have a time limit, he could naturally choose a martial skill more easily. This was a good thing for him. Immediately, Lin Tian walked towards the second floor. This was Lin Tian's second time coming to the second floor of the martial scripture library. He was naturally familiar with this place. He walked straight to the upper grade body, refinement martial skills, and looked through them seriously. Thousand Spirit Saber, Sky Splitting Palm, Spirit Nether Sword, Remnant Leg Scroll, Immortal Fist. Lin Tianyi flipped through the books and put them down. Among them, he saw many martial skills that he had seen before. For example, the Thousand Spirit Saber and the Spirit Nether Sword. However, they were not suitable for him. Very quickly an hour had passed, and Lin Tian had seriously flipped through nearly 100 martial skills. Among these 100 martial skills, there were some martial skills that he felt were not bad, but he did not immediately make a decision. There was no time limit for him to choose a martial skill, so it was wise to look at them more and compare them with each other before making a decision. Light Dragon Claw, Yuan Bone Saber, Battle Shattering Spear. After looking through the books for a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian still shook his head. After looking through set after set of martial skills, just as Lin Tian was about to make a decision, his eyes suddenly fell on the corner of the martial skill shelf. He saw a set of martial skills called the Azure Thunder Sword Art. Lin Tian was a little curious as to why this set of martial techniques that looked pretty good had been left to the side. He reached out his hand and flipped through it. After looking through it, Lin Tian was shocked. The Azure Thunder Sword Art sword was like rushing thunder. When the sword was drawn, the sword whistled like thunder. Every move was comparable to a middle-grade body, refinement martial skill. The difficulty of cultivating this sword technique was extremely high. Before cultivating it, one had to endure the lightning attacks of the thunder flame boar to cleanse their martial body, allowing their body to have a certain level of familiarity and understanding with the power of lightning. Looking at the requirements to cultivate this sword technique, even Lin Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder he was ignored. Lin Tian shook his head. Not to mention the difficulty of cultivating the Azure Thunder sword technique in the later stages. Just the fact that one had to endure the lightning attacks of the Flame Thunderboar to cleanse one's martial body was enough to make 100% of people give up on this martial skill. One had to know that the Flame Thunder Pig was a Class 4 demonic beast. Although it was only a Class 4 elementary demonic beast, it was still in existence comparable to the Divine Vein realm. In order to practice this set of martial skills, he had to endure the thunderous attack of the Thunder Flame Pig with his body refinement stage cultivation. Wasn't that just courting death? Moreover, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that demonic beasts like the Flame Thunder Pig were extremely rare and almost impossible to find. Which expert created this sword technique? Lin Tian stared with wide eyes. As his gaze moved down, he saw a note in the corner and subconsciously read it out. This sword technique is missing 70%. I hope that the successor will choose seriously. Lin Tian was completely speechless. Putting down the Azure Thunder sword technique, he walked to the other side. However, after taking a few steps, he could not help but stop. His gaze fell on the Azure Thunder sword technique. The difficulty of cultivating this martial skill was indeed shocking, and the percentage of it being missing was also very high. However, there was no need to talk about its power. Every move was comparable to a middle-rank body, refinement stage martial skill. This was truly very tempting. After staring at this martial skill for a few dozen breaths, Lin Tian finally clenched his teeth and grabbed it. I'm currently in the 8th rank body refinement stage and can barely endure the attack of a class 4 demonic beast. After that, I'll use the Gale mark to hide and escape. As for the missing 70%, it doesn't matter if I can't find it. Just the first 30% is already strong enough. Its power might even be comparable to a low-rank Divine Vein realm martial skill. Lin Tian thought inwardly. As for the Flame Thunder Pig, although this type of demonic beast was very rare, he coincidentally saw it on the other side of the canyon when he was carrying out the Ghost Flower mission in the dark forest. After making up his mind, Lin Tian no longer hesitated and walked towards the first floor. Elder, this is the martial skill I chose. Lin Tian handed the thunderclap, sword technique, over. After a martial house disciple finished choosing a martial skill or cultivation method, they had to show it to the martial pavilion elder and register it. The martial pavilion elder nodded and took a look. Immediately he revealed a strange expression. Azure Thunder Sword Technique? Sizing up Lin Tian, the martial pavilion elder's expression was strange. Young man, this old man knows that your talent is extraordinary and can be called monstrous. However, this old man still does not recommend you to choose this Azure Thunder Sword Technique. Firstly, the first step of cultivating this sword technique is life-threatening. Secondly, the difficulty of cultivating this sword technique is extremely high. Most importantly, the rate of it being incomplete is too high. The martial pavilion elder shook his head and sighed. Although once a martial skill is chosen, it cannot be changed. The rules are fixed. How about this? You can choose another martial skill. Geniuses would receive preferential treatment no matter where they went. Lin Tian was a 9-star talent, and his cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. This elder cherished talent and didn't want Lin Tian to suffer great loss because of a momentary mistake. Lin Tian was grateful in his heart. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. However, this junior has already carefully considered and will choose this martial skill." The martial pavilion elder was somewhat helpless. He looked at Lin Tian and asked, "The thunderclap sword technique from last time, to what extent have you cultivated it?" "Thanks to Senior, I have already cultivated it to the grand completion stage," Lin Tian said humbly. Grand completion? A trace of surprise flashed through the martial pavilion elder's eyes. "Show it to me." "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. His body shook, and a swift and fierce sword intent suddenly came out of his body. The martial pavilion elder narrowed his eyes. "Not bad, it is indeed the grand completion stage of the thunderclap sword technique." Lin Tian withdrew the thunderclap sword intent and quietly stood to the side. To be able to cultivate the thunderclap sword technique to the grand completion stage in such a short time. To be honest, even if you are a 9-star talent genius, this cultivation speed is truly beyond this old man's expectations. To be able to have such a shocking comprehension ability, this Azure Thunder Sword technique, perhaps you can really cultivate it. The martial pavilion elder finished the registration and handed the Azure Thunder Sword Technique manual and the jade token to Lin Tian. He said, "The Azure Thunder Sword Technique was created by a strange genius hundreds of years ago. The complete sword technique is said to be a sea of consciousness realm martial skill. But because it is too incomplete, it was finally evaluated as a superior body refinement martial skill. Even so, because the cultivation difficulty is too high, almost no one chooses it. This is at least 10 times more difficult than the thunderclap sword technique." Lin Tian was shocked. Sea of consciousness realm martial skill? Sea of consciousness realm. If I can collect it all, then that would be great. He muttered. At such a close distance, the martial pavilion elder could clearly hear his voice. He could not help but laugh and scold. "Stinky brat, don't be delusional. If you want to collect this set of martial skill, the success rate is less than 10%. Stop dreaming." After a pause, the Martial Pavilion elder changed the topic. But then again, who can say for sure what is going to happen in this world? Perhaps one day, this incomplete set of martial skill will really be collected by you. Thank you, Senior, for your auspicious words. Lin Tian flattered. All right. The Martial Pavilion elder waved his hand and smiled faintly. Go, cultivate. Yes, Junior will take his leave. Lin Tian bowed and said. After this, he left the Martial Pavilion and headed back to his residence. When he returned to his residence, the sky was already dark. Lin Tian thought for a moment and decided to leave for the dark forest tomorrow. He threw the things he needed into the stone ring and then once again cultivated in the pavilion. Having just reached the 8th level of body refinement, it was naturally necessary to consolidate his cultivation. Just like this, the night quickly passed. In the wee hours of the morning, Lin Tian faced the morning sun and breathed. After washing up, he went to Lin Shi's door. Seeing that the little girl was still sleeping, he did not disturb her. He only left a small note to tell Lin Shi where he was going and then left. In the early morning, there were very few disciples in the martial house. After all, there were very few people as diligent as Lin Tian. Wrapped in a black robe, Lin Tian walked out of the 9 Sun Martial House and went to the Array Controller Guild to pick up a few missions before heading to the Dark Forest. He wanted to cultivate the Thunderclap sword art. The first step was to find the Thunderclap pig. When he arrived at the Dark Forest, it was almost noon. There were already many people standing outside the forest. Lin Tian took off his black robe in a deserted corner and put it into the stone ring. Only then did he walk into the dark forest. With everything in the stone ring, his entire body was light and agile. It was much more comfortable than the last time he came. Although this little thing cost 700,000 spirit coins, it was indeed worth it. Lin Tian looked at the stone ring on his middle finger and thought to himself. Outside the dark forest, there were many people clamoring to form a team. However, Lin Tian preferred to travel alone, so he did not care. It was his second time entering the dark forest. The space in the old forest was very old and the demonic aura was very dense. Following the path from before, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the canyon not long ago and walked in front of the stone wall. He took a deep breath and used the duality steps. In the blink of an eye, he climbed up the stone wall that was dozens of feet high. Then, he lightly jumped and landed on the other side of the stone wall. Boom! The moment he landed, a huge demonic beast jumped from the side and brought along a hurricane. It was a flame-tailed scorpion. Its entire body was surrounded by a foul black fog. This flame-tailed scorpion was sinister by nature. However, it was only an early-stage level 3 demonic beast, comparable to a 7th firmament body refinement cultivator. In front of the current Lin Tian, it was naturally very weak and posed no threat. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he slashed down without hesitation. Pooh! Blood splattered. The flame-tailed scorpion fell to the ground with a bang. It twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Raising the long sword again, Lin Tian dug out the flame-tailed scorpion's beast core and continued to walk forward. Soon, he walked about 500 feet away from the stone wall. Oh, I remember that at that time, the flame-tailed thunder pig jumped out from a bush 1,000 feet away. Lin Tian thought to himself. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian headed in that direction. Because the weakest beasts in this area were rank 3 demonic beasts, he was extremely cautious. After all, he would have to face a rank 4 demonic beast, and he would have to take a lightning strike from it. As such, he had to conserve enough energy. Chapter 68. Redx. 10,000 feet passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Tian approached the bushes where he encountered the thunderbolt boar and approached cautiously. About 10 breaths later, he entered the depths of the bushes but did not find any trace of the thunderbolt boar. Did it go hunting? Lin Tian was puzzled. Activating the Heavenly One Soul spell, his perception suddenly became stronger, and he captured the demonic aura in the air. The thunderbolt boar could spit fire and release lightning, so its demonic aura was naturally special. Moreover, the other party was a 4th-grade demonic beast, so its demonic aura was dense. There would be some demonic aura in the air, and Lin Tian captured it in a moment. Southeast direction. Looking up, Lin Tian was slightly relieved. When he came for the Ghost Flower mission, he had obtained information about the Dark Forest from the Array Manipulator Guild. At this moment, the area was mostly filled with 2nd-grade demonic beasts, so it was not too dangerous. Without hesitation, Lin Tian immediately headed towards the southeast. He maintained a balanced speed, neither fast nor slow, and his breathing rate was always the same. Not long after, he crossed more than 10,000 feet, and a violent true yuan fluctuation came from the front. Because the direction was the same, Lin Tian did not avoid and continued forward. After another 10 breaths, Lin Tian stopped. In front of him, several youths were fighting with a middle-grade, 3rd-grade demonic beast. Lin Tian had seen one of them before. It was Lu Sheng who was with Zhou Hao. Roar! With a scream, the middle-grade, 3rd-grade demonic beast fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lu Sheng also noticed Lin Tian. He revealed a surprised expression and said in a low voice, "It's you? You're still alive." When he saw Lin Tian being dragged away by the centipede, he thought that Lin Tian was dead. However, not long after, the news that Lin Tian had stayed in the Wild Wave Array for 12 hours spread. Only then did Lu Sheng know that Lin Tian was still alive. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was shocked. Recalling Su Ho's encounter, he revealed a trace of fear. "What do you want?" "What are you afraid of? I won't do anything to you," Lin Tian said with disdain. Lin Tian glanced at LV Sheng and left. As for why Lu Sheng was here, he wasn't surprised at all. Lu Sheng was just an ordinary disciple of the Martial House. He should have received some spirit coin-earning missions from the Array Manipulator Guild or the Treasure Exchange Pavilion before coming to the Dark Forest. Although the Green Wind Ridge was also a paradise for demonic beasts, it couldn't be compared to the Dark Forest. After all, the Green Wind Ridge was a training ground for the disciples of the Martial House. The species of demonic beasts here couldn't be compared to the Dark Forest. Furthermore, the Green Wind Ridge didn't have as many rare herbs as the Dark Forest. In a flash, Lin Tian disappeared from LV Sheng's sight. "Brother Lu, who was that person?" A young man beside LV Sheng asked. "Lin Tian." LV Sheng's face darkened. The few youths were a little surprised. "That's the #1 freshman, the second in the outer house, Lin Tian." "Yes, this. I heard that the brat killed Emo's son from the Emo clan. The Emo clan is doing everything they can to get rid of him. At this time, this brat actually dares to step out of the Nine-Yang Martial House. He has quite the guts." Someone said the Nine-Yang Martial House was a natural barrier, being in the Nine-Yang Martial House. Even if the Emo clan was a powerful martial clan, they wouldn't dare to directly rush into the Martial House and do anything to Lin Tian. LV Sheng raised his head and looked in the direction Lin Tian left. A sinister light flashed in his eyes. Go back," LV Sheng said coldly. "Go back?" Someone revealed a puzzled expression. "But Brother Lu, we haven't finished our mission. This mission is nothing. Maybe we can get 10 times more spirit coins than this mission." LV Sheng sneered. After passing by LV Sheng, Lin Tian's speed didn't change. However, the Heavenly One Soul technique circulated a little faster. His powerful soul perception covered the surroundings and chased after the flame thunder pig's aura. Boom! A strange bird descended from the sky. Its eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and its sharp claws were aimed at Lin Tian. This was a rank 3 demonic beast named Giant Flying Bird. It was comparable to an 8th level body refinement realm cultivator. Lin Tian tilted his head, grabbed the giant flying bird's claw, and threw it back. Bang! The giant flying bird's 1,000-pound demonic body fell heavily, crushing countless old trees. Not caring about the life or death of this demonic beast, Lin Tian continued forward. After about half an hour, there was a burning sensation in front of him, and there were screams echoing. As far as the eye could see, a demonic beast that was about 20 feet tall was surrounded by a group of strong men in armor. This demonic beast was covered in red hair, and each strand of hair stood upright, giving people a feeling that it was very sharp. Most importantly, this demonic beast's body was surrounded by flames and lightning. It was so fierce that it made people feel numb. In an instant, screams sounded again. Someone died in the mouth of this demonic beast. Lin Tian jumped onto the branch of a huge tree, and his eyes revealed joy. Flame Thunder Pig, I finally found it, Lin Tian muttered to himself. In front of him, dozens of strong men were not weak. However, compared to the Flame Thunder Pig, they were too weak. Lin Tian didn't care about this. He jumped several times and finally got close to the battlefield. Clang! A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out a shocking wind sword aura that landed on the Flame Thunder Pig. The Flame Thunder Pig was in pain, and it let out a furious roar. It turned around and stared at Lin Tian with its blood-red, demonic eyes. "Stupid pig, come and bite me," Lin Tian shouted. How could the Flame Thunder Pig, which was comparable to a divine vein realm existence, tolerate such provocation? With a furious roar, it immediately abandoned the dozens of strong men and charged toward Lin Tian, smashing old trees along the way. Lin Tian was shocked. This Flame Thunder Pig was indeed terrifying. Lin Tianyi tapped the old tree with the tip of his foot, and he jumped up and flashed into the distance. "Stupid pig, come quickly," he called out. The Flame Thunder Pig, a Class 4 demonic beast, clearly had its own consciousness. After hearing Lin Tian's words, it immediately let out another furious roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of raging flames, causing the air to distort. Lin Tian used the duality steps and sprinted forward quickly. There were too many people here. He had to go to a place with fewer people and fewer demonic beasts, and then endure another thunderous attack from the Flame Thunder Pig. Swish! 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 Using the duality steps, Lin Tian quickly rushed out 200 feet. As a Class 4 demonic beast, the Flame Thunder Pig's speed was naturally not slow. It chased closely behind Lin Tian. Not far away, dozens of strong men were fighting with the Flame Thunder Pig. A group of strong men let out a breath of relief. "Young master, are you all right?" At the back of the battlefield stood an old servant and a young man in luxurious clothes. The old servant asked cautiously, "I'm fine." The young man in luxurious clothes shook his head, and his eyes lit up. He looked at the direction where Lin Tian ran and waved his hand. He shouted, "Hey, brother, you are too domineering." "Thanks." The young man in luxurious clothes' voice was very loud, and the distance between the two wasn't far. Lin Tian naturally heard it. He turned around and glanced at the young man. He didn't say anything and just increased his speed. Boom! The Flame Thunder Pig ran over ferociously. Its valiant demonic body smashed old trees one after another, raising a cloud of dust. A Class 4 demonic beast is really scary. Lin Tian thought to himself, if he hadn't reached the second stage of the duality steps, he wouldn't have dared to provoke such an existence. As he ran forward, Lin Tianyi looked around carefully. After about an hour, an empty grassland finally appeared in front of him. There weren't any other powerful demonic beasts around. Lin Tian immediately flashed over. With a swish, he stopped and landed on the grassland. Turning around and looking at the approaching Flame Thunder Pig, Lin Tian's expression turned extremely serious. This was a Class 4 demonic beast. If he wasn't careful, he might die. The flame thunder pig roared and finally got close. Its demonic eyes stared at Lin Tian fiercely. "Damn pig, release electricity!" Lin Tian shouted. The flame thunder pig roared and dug its hooves into the ground, charging at Lin Tian fiercely. Lin Tian was speechless. He used the duality steps and leaped into the air to the other side. Boom! A demonic fire sprayed over, scaring Lin Tian so much that he hurriedly stepped in the air and dodged the fire. Even so, he still felt pain all over his body. The skin on his chest felt like it was about to melt. Too scary. Lin Tian's heart palpitated. If he was swept by the fire just now, he believed that he would have lost his combat ability in an instant. If that's the case, I can only take one hit from this damn pig. Lin Tian thought to himself. Using the duality steps, Lin Tian circled around the flame thunder pig on the empty grassland. He didn't dare to make any other movements. He completely relied on the speed of the duality steps to dodge the flame thunder pig's normal attacks. Damn pig! How dare you release electricity? Release electricity, you stupid pig! Stupid! You're really a pig! Lin Tian's curses kept ringing. At this moment, if someone saw the scene, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. A cultivator in the body refinement stage actually dared to provoke a Class 4 demonic beast, the flame thunder pig. Damn pig, if you don't release electricity, I won't play with you anymore. Lin Tian scolded again. Using the duality steps consumed physical strength and true essence. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Using the duality steps, Lin Tian kept cursing. After another 15 minutes, the flame thunder pig was finally completely enraged. Following a furious roar, the flames outside the flame thunder pig's body weakened a little. Then, the surging power of thunder and lightning gathered, making crackling sounds. It's coming. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's heart palpitated, but he was also happy. Roar! With another furious roar, the flame thunder pig's demonic eyes turned red. A lightning ball about 3 feet in diameter appeared in its mouth. Electric arcs intertwined and shot fiercely at Lin Tian. Wherever this lightning ball passed, the air became distorted and the ground became pitch black, as if it was scorched by the lightning. A terrifying wave instantly spread out. Lin Tian's heart palpitated. Was this the power of thunder and lightning? It was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the flames that the flame thunder pig spat out before. Looking at this lightning ball, Lin Tian suddenly felt a little apprehensive. With his current strength, could he really withstand such a terrifying lightning attack? We've already reached this step. Go! Lin Tian gritted his teeth. A glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian did not dodge and rushed towards the lightning ball. Chapter 69. The terrifying lightning ball rolled over, crackling with lightning. Silver electric arcs could be seen around it. It was extremely terrifying. Facing this lightning ball, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and removed all his defenses. He faced it with his physical body. Cough! The moment the two collided, Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were torn apart. The lightning ball wrapped around him and rolled for nearly 10 feet. With a bang, Lin Tian fell to the ground. His clothes were torn, and his body was covered in blood. His hair was burnt, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. It hurts. Muttering in his heart, Lin Tian felt that it was difficult to breathe. At this moment, he felt that his internal organs were torn apart, and his vision became blurry. In his blurry vision, the flame thunderboar was running over, surrounded by electric arcs. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and desperately rolled to the side. At the same time, he used his last bit of strength. The Gale rune floated out of the stone ring and appeared in his right hand. With a thought, the Gale rune was activated, and his body suddenly became transparent. The flame thunder boar rushed over, and its demonic body suddenly stopped. In his vision, Lin Tian's figure disappeared. Looking around, the flame thunder boar's blood-red, demonic eyes became extremely ferocious. With a loud roar, it rushed into the distance. Rumble! The ground shook and old trees collapsed. The flame thunder boar's figure and aura disappeared into the distance. In a corner not far from where he was, Lin Tian was lying on the ground, panting. Every time he panted, fresh blood would flow out from the corner of his mouth. He looked as miserable as he could. I almost died, Lin Tian thought. At this moment he was extremely weak. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only lie on the ground. After about 15 minutes, he used the second Gale rune. At this moment his injuries were too severe. He couldn't even stand up and walk. At most he could only move his hands. With a thought, the 4 extremities scriptures slowly circulated, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth floated over. Arg! The intense pain caused him to let out a low groan. The lightning energy of the flame thunder bore flowed through his body. The moment he started to circulate the 4 extremities meridian, the lightning energy instantly turned berserk. It was like a torrent wantonly attacking his internal organs and flesh. Lin Tian stopped circulating the 4 extreme meridians and gasped for breath. A moment later, the general outline of the azure thunder sword art appeared in his mind. I almost died. I hope you don't disappoint me, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Revolving the true essence of the azure thunder sword skill, Lin Tian suddenly felt the power of thunder within his body become docile. As he revolved his true essence according to the general principles of the azure thunder sword skill, the power of thunder actually began to gradually dissipate, turning into streaks of silver lightning that quickly fused into his true essence. At this moment, the numbness in his body began to gradually disappear. Lin Tian was shocked. The lightning energy of the flame thunder bore seemed to have become something like a drug. When the azure thunder sword skill was activated, the power of thunder fused into his true essence. Suddenly, there was a burst of thunder in his body. Gradually, even the surface of his body was flashing with electric arcs. His body was still weak, but at this moment, Lin Tian actually felt a majestic power gathering in his body. It was as if a terrifying thunder beast was about to awaken in his body. What a good azure thunder sword skill! Lin Tian's eyes flashed. It was only the first time he circulated the general principles, but it was already so powerful. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword skill was. Time passed by minute. Lin Tian lay on the ground and circulated the general principles of the azure thunder sword skill until all the gale marks on his body were exhausted. He finally regained his ability to move and stood up from the ground. Luckily, that damn pig didn't come back. Otherwise, I would be dead. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His clothes were tattered, but there was a new set of clothes in the stone ring that he had prepared beforehand. He quickly changed out of them. At this time, he was wearing a white robe and looked somewhat handsome. Unfortunately, the combination of his white robes and his slightly charred hair made him look out of place. Lin Tian naturally didn't care about this. He didn't dare to stay and hurriedly left. After about a quarter of an hour, he found a relatively secluded place. This place was not far from the edge of the dark forest and was surrounded by low-level demonic beasts. Sitting under a huge rock, Lin Tian took out a pill from the stone ring and threw it into his mouth. He then circulated the 4 extreme scripture. This pill was called True Essence Pill. He bought it at the Yibao Pavilion and could help warriors recover their true essence faster. Wang! A faint silver light circulated, and the spirit chi from all directions quickly gathered. After an hour, Lin Tian stood up. His true essence had recovered by about 80%. Huff! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian felt a lot more comfortable. Looking around, the origin returning sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he began to practice the azure thunder sword technique. The Azure Thunder Sword technique didn't have fixed sword moves like the shocking wind sword art. It only had the comprehension and cultivation of the Thunder Sword intent. As long as this sword technique crossed the threshold, the power of any sword move would be comparable to a mid-level body refining martial technique. In Lin Tian's body, his true essence revolved according to the Azure Thunder Sword technique. At the same time, sword shadows appeared in his mind. Standing in this space, Lin Tian's body moved with the sword, and the long sword in his hand slashed out again and again. Clang! After an unknown period of time, with a clang, electric arcs appeared on the surface of the origin returning sword. Since the electric arcs appeared, he was not far from crossing the threshold of the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Again, Lin Tian whispered. At this place, Lin Tianyi swung his sword again and again until his forehead was dripping with sweat. This repeated for another half an hour. Finally, the origin returning sword was shrouded in lightning. When the sword was swung out, the sword roared like thunder. The Azure Thunder Sword technique. The sword is like thunder. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian thought. At this moment, he had comprehended 1/10 of the Azure Thunder Sword technique, and had crossed the threshold of the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Lin Tian swallowed a true essence pill and once again revolved the 4 extreme scripture, quickly recovering his consumed true essence. This true essence pill was only an ordinary pill. It cost about 10 spirit coins each and wasn't too precious. At least for the current Lin Tian, 10 spirit coins were nothing. After 15 minutes, Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up. The true essence in his body had recovered by about 70%. Glancing around, Lin Tian felt that it was time to go back. The Azure Thunder Sword technique can be cultivated in the Green Wind Ridge after returning to the martial house. It is much safer there. Lin Tian said to himself. Without hesitation, Lin Tian walked out of the dark forest. Soon, he was less than 300 feet away from the edge of the dark forest. He could vaguely see many pedestrians at the edge of the forest. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as a long arrow whistled through the air. Lin Tianyi was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Who is it? Come out. Standing on the trunk of an old tree, he coldly shouted, Your movements are quite agile. A cold voice sounded. In front of him, a figure walked out from behind dozens of old trees with obvious killing intent. Who are you? Lin Tianling said. Looking at the dozens of people, Lin Tian's heart sank. These people were very strong. You dare to ask who we are after killing the young master of the Mo clan? The leader coldly sneered. This was a middle-aged man in green. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He was at the peak of the 9th firmament of the refinement realm. The Mo clan. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. Looking at the dozens of people cautiously, Lin Tian was a little confused. When he walked out of the martial house, he was very careful and wrapped himself in a black robe. It was reasonable to say that the Mo clan would not know that he was in the dark forest. Suddenly, Lin Tian's heart moved as he thought of a person. LV Sheng. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. In the dark forest, LV Sheng had seen him once. After that, the Mo clan came. As a normal person, Lin Tian instantly guessed that this matter was related to LV Sheng. He had to admit that he guessed correctly. Not long ago, when LV Sheng saw him, he immediately remembered that the Mo clan was scheming to deal with Lin Tian. He immediately gave up the mission and rushed back to Fengjian City. He told the Mo clan about Lin Tian's whereabouts and received a large sum of spirit coins. The azure-clothed middle-aged man had a cold expression as he stared at Lin Tian and said, My Mo clan has always placed spies outside the Nanyang martial house. I don't understand how you managed to avoid the surveillance of these spies and come to this dark forest. You want to know? Sure, take my sword and I will tell you. Lin Tian Tan said indifferently. The middle-aged man in green coldly stared. Take him down. A cold voice sounded. Behind the middle-aged man in green, dozens of figures rushed toward Lin Tian. These people were born in martial arts clans and were around 40 years old. Their cultivation was extremely strong, and the weakest was at the 8th level of body refinement. In the blink of an eye, someone rushed forward and stabbed with a simple but ruthless knife. Humph. Lin Tianling smiled. He leaped back lightly and slashed with the shocking wind sword art. Clang! The sword whistled, and the person who rushed forward was instantly pierced through the abdomen by a silver sword aura. He fell down with a bang and let out a painful groan, but he didn't die. The middle-aged man in green's face darkened. Don't be careless. Attack together. In order to deal with Lin Tian, the Mo clan had collected a lot of information about Lin Tian. Obviously, the middle-aged man in green had read the information before coming here and had some understanding of Lin Tian. The dozens of people nodded and changed their footwork slightly, no longer advancing rashly. Boom! The dozens of people all mastered martial arts. Under the instructions of the middle-aged man in green, they gathered together and seemed to form a killing force. They rushed toward Lin Tiansha with a similar rhythm. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his face became serious. These dozens of people were not weak, and their combined strength was even more terrifying, making him feel threatened. Whoosh! He stomped on the tree trunk and quickly retreated. His cultivation was not low, and his combat strength was not weak either. However, there was a saying that many ants could bite an elephant to death. No matter how strong he was, facing dozens of cultivators at the same level at the same time was still a bit unbearable. Moreover, these people were far from ordinary cultivators at the 8th level of body refinement. After cultivating for so many years, each of them had a very condensed aura.